Commentary on the novel Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers. Book 1. A novel by Dr. A. Ahmed. Here is a concise list of the main themes, plot developments, and critical issues covered in the novel. Main plot and structure. The novel follows the life of Inaz Ahmed Sola, a Sudanese Arab Muslim girl, and her relationships with two unmarriageable lovers, Tariq, an African Sudanese Muslim, and Joseph, an Ethiopian Christian. The story spans Sudan, India, Pune and Bombay, Saudi Arabia, and Canada. It is the first in a series, with further volumes promised. Her life story is narrated in 4 books. Book 1. Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers. Book 2. Inaz and the Wicked Pastor of the Church. Book 3. Inaz and the Malicious Imam of the Mosque. Book 4. Inaz and the Sinister Minister of Justice. Main characters. Inaz Ahmed Sola. The protagonist, a Sudanese Arab Muslim girl whose journey from obedience to resistance is central to the novel. She faces forced marriage, violence, religious persecution, and ultimately seeks freedom and dignity through love, conversion, and migration. Tariq Harun Al-Ajabo. Inaz's first lover, a Sudanese Muslim boy of African Fur descent. His relationship with Inaz is thwarted by racism and tribal prejudice. He is both a victim of social exclusion and, at times, an antagonist as his pain turns to resentment. Joseph Abraha. An Ethiopian Christian medical student in India who becomes Inaz's husband. He is compassionate, loyal, and a source of healing and hope for Inaz. His steadfast support is crucial to her survival and eventual escape. Osama Hashim Sola. Inaz's cousin and first arranged husband, who is later revealed to be gay and abusive. His marriage to Inaz is a source of trauma and further alienation. Ahmed Sola. Inaz's father, a lawyer and strict patriarch. He embodies the oppressive forces of family honor, tribalism, and religious conformity, and is a central antagonist in Inaz's struggle for autonomy. Saham Sola. Inaz's mother, who is complicit in enforcing patriarchal and tribal norms, often out of fear or internalized beliefs. The Alexander family. An Indian Christian family, notably Vijay Alexander, Mary Alexander, and Teresa Alexander, who become close allies of Inaz and Joseph in India, risking their own safety to help them escape persecution. Sudanese student community. A collective character representing the Sudanese diaspora in India, acting as moral police and enforcing conformity through surveillance, violence, and ostracism. Ralph Wolf/Aslam Noor al-Haq. The corrupt and abusive head of the Bombay Criminal Investigation Department, who becomes a major antagonist by torturing and raping Inaz and fabricating charges against her. Grace. Inaz and Joseph's daughter, symbolizing hope and new beginnings. Victor. Inaz's son, whose paternity becomes a key plot point and whose birth in prison is central to the story's climax. Secondary characters. Mary Akal, a Sudanese Christian girl involved in the church and community subplots. Khalid Mamuan Alajabu, Tariq's cousin, involved in community and family intrigue. Osama's Saudi friends, secondary antagonists, involved in abuse and exploitation of Inaz during her marriage to her cousin Osama in Saudi Arabia. Various Indian and Sudanese police, embassy officials, and legal figures. These include corrupt police, embassy staff, and legal authorities who play roles in Inaz's persecution, imprisonment, and attempted extraditions. Key themes. Racism and tribalism. Deep-seated racism and tribal prejudice in Sudanese and Arab societies, especially regarding marriage and social status. Misogyny and patriarchy. oppression of women through forced marriage, female genital mutilation, lack of autonomy, and violence, including honor killings. Religious intolerance and apostasy, dangers and consequences of religious apostasy, especially for women, lack of freedom to choose or change faith in conservative Muslim societies. Love across boundaries, forbidden love that crosses race, religion, and culture, and the personal and societal costs of defiance. Abuse of power and corruption, corruption and abuse by authorities, police, religious leaders, diplomats, in Sudan, India, and Saudi Arabia. Exile, migration, and refugee experience, the struggles of refugees and migrants seeking safety and belonging. Solidarity and resistance, importance of cross-cultural solidarity and resistance against oppression. Critique of religious and social institutions, extended critiques of Islamic law, religious authorities, and institutional failures to protect the vulnerable. Survival, resilience, and hope. Despite relentless persecution, the story is ultimately about survival, resilience, and hope for a better life. Plot highlights. Early life in Sudan. Inaz is raised in a conservative Arab Muslim family, engaged to her cousin Osama. Forbidden love with Tariq is due to racial and tribal prejudice. Education in India. She studies medicine, rare opportunity for Sudanese women. Violent backlash from Sudanese student community, forced into secret Islamic marriage with Tariq. Later she meets Joseph. Friendship blossoms into love. Escalating persecution. Community surveillance, physical attacks, and threats of honor killing. Forced return to Sudan, compelled to marry Osama, loveless and abusive. Sent to Saudi Arabia, subjected to marital rape, imprisonment, and exploitation. Conversion and apostasy. Converts to Christianity, marries Joseph. Apostasy triggers severe backlash, legal persecution, kidnapping attempts, and threats of execution. Legal battles and imprisonment. Falsely accused of drug trafficking in India, tortured and raped by corrupt police commissioner. DNA evidence exposes commissioner's crime, leads to his arrest and Inaz's acquittal. International intervention and escape. UN and human rights activists intervene. Narrow escapes from extradition and death. Dramatic airport rescue in Qatar. Granted refugee status. Resettled in Canada with Joseph and children. Resolution. Ends on a note of hope and survival. Acknowledges ongoing threats from extremist networks. Major plot developments. Inaz is allowed by her progressive father to study medicine in India, a rare opportunity for Sudanese girls. Her relationships with Tariq and Joseph are violently opposed by the Sudanese student community abroad, leading to attacks, ostracism, and threats of honor killing. She is forced into a secret Islamic marriage with Tariq in India and later compelled to marry her cousin Osama in Sudan, who is abusive and secretly gay. Inaz eventually converts to Christianity, influenced by Joseph and her disillusionment with Islam's treatment of women, leading to further persecution and threats of execution for apostasy. She faces imprisonment, torture, and rape by authorities, and is falsely accused of crimes to justify her detention. International attention and intervention by the UN and human rights activists eventually lead to her being granted refugee status and resettlement in Canada with Joseph and their children. Character highlights. Inaz Ahmed Salah, protagonist. Her journey from obedience to resistance is central. She faces forced marriage, violence, religious persecution, and seeks freedom and dignity through love, conversion, and migration. Tariq Haroun al-Ajabo, first lover, a Sudanese Muslim of African descent. Their relationship is thwarted by racism and tribal prejudice. He becomes both a victim and, at times, an antagonist. Joseph Abraha, Ethiopian Christian medical student, becomes Inaza's husband and a source of healing and hope. His steadfast support is crucial to her survival and escape. Osama Hashim Sulla, cousin and first arranged husband, later revealed to be gay and abusive. Ahmed Sulla, Inaza's father, strict patriarch and central antagonist enforcing family honor, tribalism, and religious conformity. Siham Sulla, Inaza's mother, complicit in enforcing patriarchal and tribal norms. Alexander family, Indian Christian allies who help Inaz and Joseph escape persecution in India. Sudanese student community acts as moral police, enforcing conformity through surveillance, violence, and ostracism. Key conflicts: individual versus family/society. Inaza's desire for autonomy clashes with strict expectations regarding race, religion, and gender roles. Racism and tribalism. Persistent conflict between Arab and African identities within Sudanese society. Patriarchy and gender oppression, forced marriage, sexual violence, and honor-based abuse. Religious intolerance and apostasy, severe backlash for conversion from Islam to Christianity. Individual versus institutional power, abuses by police, religious authorities, and diplomats. Exile, displacement, and search for safety. The refugee journey marked by danger and betrayal. Notable plot twists. Forced and secret marriage in India under threat of violence. Betrayal and violence from her own community, including physical attacks and social ostracism. Discovery of Osama's homosexuality and abuse. Conversion to Christianity and subsequent persecution for apostasy. Multiple attempts at kidnapping and forced repatriation, narrowly escaped through international intervention. False accusations, imprisonment, torture, and rape by authorities. DNA test reveals police commissioner's crime, leading to his arrest. Final resettlement in Canada after a series of harrowing escapes and legal battles. Inaza's two lovers, Tariq and Joseph, are considered unmarriageable because of entrenched social, cultural, and religious barriers. 1. Tariq, African Sudanese Muslim. Racial and tribal prejudice. Inaz is an Arab Sudanese girl, while Tariq belongs to the African Fur tribe. Sudanese society is deeply divided along racial and tribal lines, and Arab families often view African tribes as socially inferior. This makes Tariq unacceptable as a marriage partner for Inaz. Social stigma. Their relationship begins as a secret romance because both know from the start that marriage is impossible under these norms. Families, communities, and religious authorities strongly oppose such unions. Religious pressure. When discovered, they are forced into a secret Islamic marriage under duress, but even that cannot overcome the societal taboo. 2. Joseph, Ethiopian Christian. Religious intolerance. Joseph's Christian faith makes him even more unmarriageable in the eyes of Inaza's conservative Muslim family. Interfaith marriage is considered haram, forbidden, and conversion to Christianity later exposes Inaz to accusations of apostasy, a crime punishable by death in her society. Cultural and patriarchal norms. Her family prioritizes tribal honor and religious conformity over her autonomy, so marrying Joseph is seen as a scandal and betrayal. Underlying themes. The label unmarriageable reflects systemic issues. Racism and tribalism, persistent discrimination between Arab and African identities. Patriarchy and gender oppression, women lack agency in choosing partners. Forced marriages are common. Religious orthodoxy, interpretations of Islamic law prohibit love across faith boundaries. Ultimately, These barriers doom both relationships, turning love into a struggle against societal norms and institutional power. Author's message. The novel is a powerful critique of systems of oppression faced by women and minorities in societies governed by strict interpretations of Islam, patriarchal traditions, and entrenched racism. It is both a personal odyssey of survival and resistance and a broader social and religious critique. The story urges empathy, justice, reform, and solidarity across boundaries. Key points summary. Main characters and setting. The story centers on Inaz Ahmed Sola, a Sudanese Arab Muslim woman, and her relationships with two unmarriageable lovers, Tariq, an African Sudanese Muslim, and Joseph, an Ethiopian Christian. The narrative spans Sudan, India, primarily Pune and Bombay, Saudi Arabia, and later Canada. Cultural and religious conflict. Inaz's family, rooted in strict Arab Muslim traditions, considers both her lovers unmarriageable due to racial, tribal, and religious prejudices. The novel explores the deep-seated racism and misogyny within Sudanese and broader Muslim societies, especially regarding marriage, gender roles, and tribal hierarchy. Education and migration. Inaz is allowed by her progressive father to study medicine in India, a rare opportunity for Sudanese girls. Her journey to India exposes her to new freedoms, but also to the scrutiny and control of the Sudanese student community abroad. Love, persecution, and violence. Inaz's relationships with Tariq and later Joseph are met with violent opposition from Sudanese students, including physical attacks, social ostracism, and threats of honor killing. The novel details multiple instances of gender-based violence, including forced marriage, rape, and domestic abuse, both in India and Saudi Arabia. Forced and sham marriages. Inaz is forced into a secret Islamic marriage with Tariq by Sudanese Muslim Brotherhood students in India under threat of violence. She is later compelled to marry her cousin Osama in Sudan, a union that proves disastrous due to Osama's hidden homosexuality and abuse. Religious apostasy and conversion. Inaz eventually converts to Christianity, influenced by her relationship with Joseph and her disillusionment with Islam's treatment of women. Her conversion and marriage to Joseph provoke further persecution, including attempts at forced repatriation and threats of execution for apostasy. Legal and social injustice. The novel exposes the legal systems in Sudan, India, and Saudi Arabia as deeply patriarchal and corrupt, often complicit in or directly responsible for violence against women and minorities. Inaz faces imprisonment, torture, and rape at the hands of police, and is falsely accused of crimes such as drug trafficking to justify her detention. International intervention and refugee status. Inaz's plight garners international attention, leading to interventions by the UN and human rights activists. She is eventually granted refugee status and, after a series of harrowing escapes and legal battles, is resettled in Canada with Joseph and their children. Critique of Islam and patriarchy. The novel contains extended speeches and debates critiquing the treatment of women in Islam, the history of Islamic violence, and the lack of reform within Muslim societies. It references real-world cases of apostasy, honor killings, and the challenges faced by women's rights activists in the Muslim world. Themes of survival, resistance, and solidarity. Despite relentless persecution, Inaz survives through resilience, the support of a few allies, notably the Alexander family in India, and her own determination. The story highlights the importance of solidarity across religious and cultural lines in the fight against oppression. Conclusion and ongoing struggle. The novel ends with Inaz and her family starting a new life in Canada, but with the acknowledgement that threats from extremist networks persist even in the West. The narrative is positioned as the first in a series, with further exploration of these themes promised in subsequent volumes. Main themes of the novel: racism and tribalism. The novel explores deep-seated racism within Sudanese and broader Arab societies, particularly the prejudice against Black Africans and the rigid tribal hierarchies that dictate marriage and social status. Misogyny and patriarchy. It critically examines the oppression of women under patriarchal systems, including forced marriage, female genital mutilation, lack of autonomy, and the use of violence, including honor killings, to control women's choices. Religious intolerance and apostasy. The story highlights the dangers and consequences of religious apostasy, especially for women, and the lack of freedom to choose or change one's faith in conservative Muslim societies. Love across boundaries. Central to the plot is the theme of forbidden love, romantic relationships that cross boundaries of race, religion, and culture, and the personal and societal costs of defying these boundaries. Abuse of power and corruption. The novel exposes the corruption and abuse of power by authorities, police, religious leaders, diplomats, in Sudan, India, and Saudi Arabia, and how these systems perpetuate injustice, especially against women and minorities. Exile, migration, and refugee experience. Inaz's journey from Sudan to India, Saudi Arabia, and eventually Canada reflects the struggles of refugees and migrants, including the search for safety, identity, and belonging in hostile environments. Solidarity and resistance. The importance of solidarity across religious, national, and cultural lines is emphasized through the support Inaz receives from a few allies, showing the power of resistance and compassion in the face of oppression. Critique of religious and social institutions. The novel contains extended critiques of Islamic law, Sharia, the role of religious authorities, and the failure of both religious and secular institutions to protect the vulnerable or deliver justice. Survival, resilience, and hope. Despite relentless persecution, Inaz's story is ultimately one of survival, resilience, and hope for a better life, symbolized by her eventual resettlement and bringing up her children in a new country. Key conflicts in the story. Individual versus family/society. Inaz's desire for autonomy, education, and love clashes with her family's and community's strict expectations regarding race, religion, and gender roles. Her relationships with Tariq, an African Sudanese Muslim, and Joseph, an Ethiopian Christian, are forbidden by her family and society, leading to ostracism, violence, and repeated attempts to control her choices. Racism and tribalism. There is a persistent conflict between Arab and African identities within Sudanese society, with Inaz's family and community rejecting her relationship with Tariq due to his African heritage and tribal background. Patriarchy and gender oppression. Inaz faces forced marriage, sexual violence, and honor-based abuse from her family, her community, and later her husband Osama, reflecting the broader conflict between women's rights and patriarchal control. Religious intolerance and apostasy. Inaz's conversion from Islam to Christianity and her marriage to a Christian man provoke severe backlash, including threats of death, legal persecution, and attempts at forced repatriation and execution for apostasy. Individual versus institutional power. The story features repeated abuses of power by police, religious authorities, and diplomats in Sudan, India, and Saudi Arabia, who use their positions to persecute, imprison, torture, and attempt to silence Inaz. Corruption and injustice. Inaz is falsely accused of crimes, such as drug trafficking, and subjected to torture and rape by authorities, highlighting the conflict between the individual and corrupt legal/social systems. Exile, displacement, and the search for safety. Inaz's journey through multiple countries as a refugee is marked by constant danger, betrayal, and the struggle to find a place where she and her family can live in peace and safety. Solidarity versus betrayal. While Inaz finds support from a few allies, notably the Alexander family, she is also repeatedly betrayed by those in power and by members of her own community, intensifying her sense of isolation and vulnerability. Internal conflict. Inaz struggles with her own identity, faith, and sense of belonging as she navigates the expectations and dangers imposed by her family, society, and the various countries she passes through. Character analysis. Inaz Ahmed Silla. Background and identity. Inaz is a Sudanese Arab Muslim woman, raised in a family that values strict adherence to tradition, tribal hierarchy, and religious orthodoxy. Her name, meaning friendly or companion in Arabic, is symbolic of her warmth and desire for connection, but her life is marked by isolation and persecution. Personality traits. Intelligent and ambitious, Inaz is academically gifted, earning the rare opportunity to study medicine in India, a testament to her intellect and her father's progressive, yet ultimately conditional, support. Resilient and courageous. Despite relentless abuse, violence, and betrayal, Inaz repeatedly demonstrates remarkable resilience. She survives forced marriages, honor-based violence, imprisonment, torture, and rape, yet continues to fight for her autonomy and dignity. Compassionate and loyal, Inaz is deeply loyal to those who show her kindness, such as the Alexander family and her husband Joseph. She risks her own safety to protect others, even refusing to betray those who helped her, despite the personal cost. Morally principled, she struggles with guilt and self-doubt, but consistently strives to do what she believes is right, even when it means enduring further suffering. Motivations. Desire for freedom. Inaz's primary motivation is to live authentically, free from the constraints of patriarchal and religious oppression. She seeks the right to choose her own path academically, romantically, and spiritually. Search for love and belonging. Her relationships with Tariq and Joseph are driven by a longing for genuine love and acceptance, which she is denied by her family and community. Quest for justice. Inaz becomes a voice against injustice, especially regarding the treatment of women in Muslim societies. Her speeches and debates reflect a growing commitment to exposing and challenging systemic abuse. Character arc and development. From obedience to defiance, Inaz begins as a dutiful daughter, accepting an arranged engagement and trying to please her family. Over time, repeated betrayals and violence force her to assert her independence, culminating in her conversion to Christianity and open defiance of her family and society. Victim to survivor. The novel traces her transformation from a victim of abuse to a survivor who actively resists her oppressors, seeks asylum, and ultimately finds a measure of safety and hope in Canada. Agent of change. Through her speeches, debates, and personal example, Inaz inspires others to question oppressive traditions and religious dogma. Her story sparks debate and even apostasy among other Sudanese students, highlighting her impact as a catalyst for change. Key relationships. Family. Her relationship with her parents is defined by control, violence, and conditional love. Her father's repeated attempts at honor killing and her mother's complicity are central sources of trauma. Tarek, her first lover, whose relationship is doomed by tribal and racial prejudice. Their bond is passionate, but ultimately platonic and tragic. Joseph, her second lover and eventual husband, an Ethiopian Christian. Their relationship is built on mutual respect, solidarity, and shared suffering. Joseph's unwavering support is crucial to Anaza's survival and growth. The Alexander family, Indian Christians who risk everything to help Anaz. Their compassion and courage provide her with a model of true solidarity and friendship. Symbolism. Inaz as every woman. While her story is unique, Inaz is also a symbol of countless women who suffer under patriarchal, racist, and religiously intolerant systems. Her journey from oppression to agency is both personal and universal. In summary, Inaz is a complex, multidimensional character whose journey embodies themes of resilience, resistance, and the quest for dignity in the face of overwhelming adversity. Her story is both a personal odyssey and a broader critique of the systems that oppress women and minorities. Character analysis. Joseph Abraha. Background and identity. Joseph is an Ethiopian Christian, a medical student in India, and later the husband of Inaz. He comes from a middle-class family in Addis Ababa and is described as exceptionally handsome, intelligent, and compassionate. Personality traits. Compassionate and supportive, Joseph is consistently portrayed as deeply empathetic, offering unwavering emotional and practical support to Inaz through her ordeals. He is one of the few people who believes her story, stands by her during persecution, and risks his own safety for her. Resilient and loyal, despite facing racism, violence, and social ostracism for his relationship with Inaz, Joseph remains steadfastly loyal. He endures physical attacks, separation, and the threat of death without abandoning Inaz. Principled and courageous, Joseph's actions are guided by a strong moral compass. He refuses to leave Inaz even when she is imprisoned, falsely accused, or at her lowest. He postpones his own studies and ambitions to care for her and their child, demonstrating self-sacrifice and courage. Patient and forgiving, Joseph is patient in the face of repeated setbacks and betrayals by institutions and individuals. Even when he suspects Inaz may have been forced into compromising situations, he chooses understanding and forgiveness over judgment. Motivations. Love and devotion. Joseph's primary motivation is his deep love for Inaz. He is willing to endure hardship, risk his life, and make personal sacrifices to protect and support her. Justice and solidarity. He is motivated by a sense of justice, standing up against racism, religious intolerance, and abuse of power. His solidarity with Inaz is not just romantic, but also rooted in shared values and a commitment to resisting oppression. Hope for a better life. Joseph dreams of a future where he and Inaz can live freely, safely, and with dignity, away from the violence and prejudice they face in Sudan, India, and the Middle East. Character arc and development. From outsider to protector, Joseph begins as an outsider, both racially and religiously, in the Sudanese and Indian student communities. Over time, he becomes a protector and anchor for Inaz, taking on increasing responsibility for her safety and well-being. Growth through adversity. The challenges Joseph faces, racism, violence, separation, and the threat of losing Inaz, force him to grow in resilience, resourcefulness, and emotional strength. He becomes a model of steadfast love and moral integrity. Agent of healing. Joseph's presence is healing for Inaz, offering her acceptance, understanding, and a sense of belonging that she is denied by her family and community. His love helps her survive trauma and reclaim her agency. Key relationships. Inaz. Joseph's relationship with Inaz is central to the novel. Their bond is characterized by mutual respect, shared suffering, and deep emotional intimacy. He is her confidant, protector, and partner in resistance. The Alexander family. Joseph forms a close alliance with the Alexander family, who help him and Inaz during their most desperate times. This relationship underscores the theme of cross-cultural solidarity. Their children. Joseph is a devoted father, caring for their daughter Grace and later adopting Inaz's son Victor as his own, regardless of the circumstances of Victor's conception. Symbolism. Joseph as a symbol of hope and reconciliation. Joseph represents the possibility of love and understanding across racial, religious, and cultural divides. His character embodies hope for a more just and compassionate world. In summary, Joseph is a deeply compassionate, principled, and resilient character whose unwavering support for Inaz is central to her survival and growth. He stands as a symbol of love's power to transcend boundaries and heal trauma, and his journey reflects the broader themes of solidarity, justice, and hope in the face of adversity. Character analysis. Tariq Haroun Al-Ajabo. Background and identity. Tariq is a Sudanese Muslim of African descent from the Fur tribe, with a wealthy family background. His relationship with Inaz is complicated by deep-seated racism and tribalism within Sudanese society, as her family is Arab and considers him unmarriageable due to his ethnicity. He is younger than Inaz when their relationship begins, and is portrayed as sensitive, passionate, and deeply affected by social prejudice. Personality traits. Loving but insecure. Tariq's love for Inaz is genuine and intense, but he is constantly aware of the social and familial barriers between them. He is both devoted and, at times, passive in the face of overwhelming opposition. Resilient but wounded, he endures repeated rejection and violence due to his race and background, which leaves him emotionally scarred and sometimes resentful. Proud yet vulnerable. Tariq is proud of his heritage and family, but the constant denigration by Inaz's family and community makes him feel inferior and unmarriageable, fueling both longing and bitterness. Reactive and vengeful. As the story progresses, Tariq's pain and sense of betrayal, especially after Inaz's conversion and marriage to Joseph, lead him to actions motivated by revenge, including attempts to sabotage Inaz's happiness and reputation. Motivations. Desire for love and acceptance. Tariq's primary motivation is his love for Inaz and his longing to be accepted by her and her family. He dreams of a future together, but is repeatedly reminded of the impossibility due to social and racial barriers. Struggle for dignity. He wants to prove his worth, not just to Inaz, but to himself and his community. The constant rejection he faces makes him oscillate between hope and despair. Need for justice and revenge after feeling betrayed by Inaz, especially after her conversion and marriage to Joseph. Tariq's motivations shift towards seeking justice as he sees it, which sometimes manifests as vengeful actions. Character arc and development. From hopeful lover to disillusioned outsider, Tariq begins as a hopeful, loving young man, but repeated rejection and violence from Inaz's family and community erode his optimism. Victim to reluctant. Antagonist. Initially a victim of racism and prejudice, Tariq's pain and sense of loss eventually lead him to become an antagonist in Inaz's life, participating in schemes that further complicate her situation. Struggle with agency. Tariq is often passive, accepting the unmarriageable label and not fighting for Inaz as assertively as he might. Later, his actions become more assertive but also more destructive, reflecting his internal conflict and wounded pride. Key relationships. Inaz. Tariq's relationship with Inaz is central to his character. Their bond is passionate but ultimately tragic, shaped by external forces, racism, family, religion, and internal struggles, insecurity, pride, resentment. He is both her lover and, at times, her adversary. Family. Tariq's family is wealthy and supportive, but their status does not shield him from prejudice. His parents' own experiences with racism inform his worldview. Rivals and community. Tariq is in constant conflict with Inaz's family and the broader Sudanese/Arab community, who see him as inferior and unworthy. Symbolism. Tariq as a symbol of racial and social injustice. Tariq's character embodies the pain and consequences of racism, tribalism, and social exclusion in Sudanese and broader Muslim societies. His journey highlights the destructive power of prejudice and the tragedy of love thwarted by societal barriers. In summary, Tariq is a complex and tragic figure, loving, proud, and deeply wounded by the racism and rejection he faces. His journey from hopeful lover to disillusioned and sometimes vengeful outsider reflects the broader themes of the novel: the destructiveness of prejudice, the longing for dignity and acceptance, and the personal costs of social injustice. Major plot twists. Inaz's forced and secret marriage in India. Inaz is forced by Sudanese Muslim Brotherhood students in India into a secret Islamic marriage with Tariq under threat of violence. This marriage is not recognized by her family and becomes a source of further conflict and danger. Betrayal and violence from her own community. Both Inaz and Tariq are violently attacked and ostracized by the Sudanese student community in India, who act as self-appointed moral police. This includes physical beatings, forced exile, and constant surveillance. Inaz's arranged marriage to Osama. Upon returning to Sudan, Inaz is compelled to marry her cousin Osama, who is later revealed to be gay and abusive. This marriage, which her family sees as ideal, becomes a source of trauma and further alienation. Osama's sexual orientation and abuse. A major twist occurs when Inaz discovers that Osama is not only sexually impotent, but is also in a relationship with a Saudi man. She catches them together, leading to her further isolation and abuse. Inaz's conversion to Christianity. After enduring violence, betrayal, and disillusionment with her family and faith, Inaz converts to Christianity, influenced by her relationship with Joseph. This act of apostasy puts her life in grave danger and triggers a new wave of persecution. Repeated attempts at kidnapping and forced repatriation. Inaz is repeatedly targeted for kidnapping and forced repatriation to Sudan by her family, Sudanese diplomats, and corrupt police in India and Saudi Arabia. Each attempt is foiled at the last moment, often through the intervention of allies or sheer luck. False accusations and imprisonment. Inaz is falsely accused of drug trafficking and other crimes by corrupt authorities in India, leading to her imprisonment, torture, and rape by a high-ranking police official. These charges are fabricated to justify her detention and possible extradition. DNA test reveals police commissioner's crime. After Inaz gives birth in prison, a DNA test proves that her child was fathered by the police commissioner who raped her during interrogation. This revelation leads to his arrest and exposes the corruption and abuse of power within the system. Public vindication and acquittal. Inaz is ultimately vindicated in court when her allies, notably the Alexander family, come forward with evidence and the fabricated charges against her are exposed. She is acquitted and compensated for her suffering. Miraculous escape from extradition and death. On multiple occasions, Inaz narrowly escapes being extradited to Sudan, where she would face execution for apostasy, including a dramatic intervention at an airport in Qatar, where a phone call to the UN saves her at the last minute. Final resettlement and new beginning. The novel concludes with Inaz, Joseph, and their children being granted refugee status and resettled in Canada, symbolizing hope and survival after years of persecution and trauma. These twists not only drive the plot forward, but also highlight the novel's central themes of resilience, injustice, and the struggle for dignity and freedom. Comparing character arcs, Inaz versus Joseph. 1. Starting points. Inaz begins as a dutiful, intelligent Sudanese Muslim woman, constrained by family, tribal, and religious expectations. Her early life is marked by obedience, but also by a longing for autonomy, education, and genuine love. Joseph starts as an Ethiopian Christian medical student in India, an outsider to both Sudanese and Indian communities. He is compassionate, principled, and open-minded, but not yet tested by the extreme adversity that will come. 2. Catalysts for change. Inaz experiences escalating abuse, forced marriages, honor violence, sexual assault, and social ostracism. Her relationships with Tariq and later Joseph force her to confront the limits of obedience and the cost of defiance. Conversion to Christianity and open defiance of her family mark a turning point from victim to agent of her own destiny. Joseph faces racism, violence, and the threat of losing Inaz to both external, societal, legal, and internal, her trauma, doubts, forces. His love for Inaz and commitment to justice push him to take on greater risks and responsibilities, including caring for their child alone and fighting for her freedom. 3. Transformation and growth. Inaz transforms from a passive victim to a survivor and activist, speaking out against misogyny, racism, and religious intolerance. Gains agency, resilience, and a sense of purpose, becoming a symbol of resistance and hope for others. Her arc is marked by repeated trauma, but also by the reclamation of her voice and identity. Joseph grows from a supportive partner to a protector and advocate, sacrificing his own ambitions for Inaz's safety and well-being. His arc is defined by steadfast loyalty, patience, and the ability to forgive and heal, even when faced with betrayal or uncertainty. Becomes a model of cross-cultural solidarity and unconditional love. 4. Resolution and end state. Inaz achieves a measure of freedom and justice, ultimately resettling in Canada with her family. Despite ongoing threats, she emerges as a survivor, mother, and advocate for change. Her journey inspires others. Joseph finds fulfillment in his role as husband, father, and partner in resistance. His journey ends with the creation of a new family and life in a safer, more just environment, having helped Inaz reclaim her dignity and future. 5. Key contrasts and parallels. Aspect. Inaz. Joseph. Initial status. Oppressed, obedient, seeking freedom. Outsider, compassionate, seeking belonging. Main struggle. Against patriarchy, racism, religious oppression. Against racism, injustice, and loss. Turning point. Conversion, public defiance, activism. Taking on protector role, sacrificing for love. Growth. From victim to survivor and activist. From supporter to protector and healer. Resolution. Freedom, agency, new life in Canada. Family, fulfillment, solidarity, new life in Canada. Symbolism. Resilience, hope, voice for the oppressed. Love, loyalty, cross-cultural solidarity. Summary. Inaz's arc is about breaking free from oppression, reclaiming her voice, and transforming trauma into activism and hope. Joseph's arc is about steadfast love, sacrifice, and the healing power of solidarity across boundaries. Together, their journeys illustrate the power of partnership, resilience, and the pursuit of justice in the face of overwhelming adversity. Comparing character arcs, Inaz versus Tariq. 1. Starting points. Inaz begins as an intelligent, ambitious Sudanese Arab Muslim woman, raised in a conservative, patriarchal, and racially hierarchical society. Her early life is marked by obedience to family and tradition, but also by a longing for autonomy, education, and authentic love. Tariq starts as a sensitive, passionate Sudanese Muslim of African descent, for tribe, aware of his unmarriageable status due to racism and tribalism. He is younger than Inaz when their relationship begins and is hopeful but insecure about their future. 2. Catalysts for change. Inaz faces escalating abuse, forced marriages, honor violence, sexual assault, and social ostracism. Her relationships with Tariq and later Joseph force her to confront the limits of obedience and the cost of defiance. Conversion to Christianity and open defiance of her family mark a turning point from victim to agent of her own destiny. Tariq endures repeated rejection and violence due to his race and background, which leaves him emotionally scarred and sometimes resentful. His love for Inaz is genuine, but he is repeatedly reminded by her family and society that he is unmarriageable. The loss of Inaz to another man and her conversion to Christianity become turning points, fueling his sense of betrayal and motivating vengeful actions. 3. Transformation and growth. Inaz transforms from a passive victim to a survivor and activist, speaking out against misogyny, racism, and religious intolerance. Gains agency, resilience, and a sense of purpose, becoming a symbol of resistance and hope for others. Her arc is marked by repeated trauma, but also by the reclamation of her voice and identity. Tariq moves from hopeful lover to disillusioned outsider, and eventually to a reluctant antagonist. His pain and sense of loss eventually lead him to participate in schemes that further complicate Inaz's situation, including attempts to sabotage her happiness and reputation. He struggles with agency, often accepting the unmarriageable label, and later acting out of wounded pride and resentment. 4. Resolution and end state. Inaz achieves a measure of freedom and justice, ultimately resettling in Canada with her family. Despite ongoing threats, she emerges as a survivor, mother, and advocate for change. Her journey inspires others. Tariq ends as a tragic figure, wounded by racism, loss, and his own choices. His arc is defined by unfulfilled longing, bitterness, and a sense of being left behind by the woman he loved and the society that rejected him. He eventually marries someone else, but the relationship lacks the emotional depth and hope he once had with Inaz. 5. Key contrasts and parallels. Aspect. Inaz. Tariq. Initial status. Oppressed, obedient, seeking freedom. Hopeful, loving, but insecure and marginalized. Main struggle. Against patriarchy, racism, religious oppression. Against racism, social exclusion, and loss. Turning point. Conversion, public defiance, activism. Loss of Inaz, sense of betrayal. Growth. From victim to survivor and activist. From hopeful lover to wounded, sometimes vengeful. Resolution. Freedom, agency, new life in Canada. Bitterness, resignation, and a sense of tragic loss. Symbolism. Resilience, hope, voice for the oppressed. Pain of racial/social injustice, tragedy of exclusion. Summary. Inaz's arc is about breaking free from oppression, reclaiming her voice, and transforming trauma into activism and hope. Tariq's arc is about the destructive power of racism and exclusion, the tragedy of unfulfilled love, and the corrosive effects of internalized oppression and resentment. Their arcs intersect in love and shared suffering, but ultimately diverge. Inaz finds agency and hope, while Tariq is left with loss and bitterness. Comparing character arcs, Joseph versus Tariq. 1. Starting points. Joseph begins as an Ethiopian Christian medical student in India, an outsider to both Sudanese and Indian communities. He is compassionate, principled, and open-minded, but not yet tested by the extreme adversity that will come. Tariq starts as a sensitive, passionate Sudanese Muslim of African descent, for tribe, aware of his unmarriageable status due to racism and tribalism. He is hopeful but insecure about his future with Inaz and is deeply affected by social prejudice. 2. Catalysts for change. Joseph faces racism, violence, and the threat of losing Inaz to both external, societal, legal, and internal, her trauma, doubts, forces. His love for Inaz and commitment to justice push him to take on greater risks and responsibilities, including caring for their child alone and fighting for her freedom. Tariq endures repeated rejection and violence due to his race and background, which leaves him emotionally scarred and sometimes resentful. The loss of Inaz to another man and her conversion to Christianity become turning points, fueling his sense of betrayal and motivating vengeful actions. 3. Transformation and growth. Joseph grows from a supportive partner to a protector and advocate, sacrificing his own ambitions for Inaz's safety and well-being. His arc is defined by steadfast loyalty, patience, and the ability to forgive and heal, even when faced with betrayal or uncertainty. Becomes a model of cross-cultural solidarity and unconditional love. Tariq moves from hopeful lover to disillusioned outsider, and eventually to a reluctant antagonist. His pain and sense of loss eventually lead him to participate in schemes that further complicate Inaz's situation, including attempts to sabotage her happiness and reputation. He struggles with agency, often accepting the unmarriageable label, and later acting out of wounded pride and resentment. 4. Resolution and end state. Joseph finds fulfillment in his role as husband, father, and partner in resistance. His journey ends with the creation of a new family and life in a safer, more just environment, having helped Inaz reclaim her dignity and future. Tariq ends as a tragic figure, wounded by racism, loss, and his own choices. His arc is defined by unfulfilled longing, bitterness, and a sense of being left behind by the woman he loved and the society that rejected him. He eventually marries someone else, but the relationship lacks the emotional depth and hope he once had with Inaz. 5. Key contrasts and parallels. Aspect. Joseph. Tariq. Initial status. Outsider, compassionate, seeking belonging. Hopeful, loving, but insecure and marginalized. Main struggle. Against racism, injustice, and loss. Against racism, social exclusion, and loss. Turning point. Taking on protector role, sacrificing for love. Loss of Inaz, sense of betrayal. Growth. From supporter to protector and healer. From hopeful lover to wounded, sometimes vengeful. Resolution. Family, fulfillment, solidarity, new life in Canada. Bitterness, resignation, and a sense of tragic loss. Symbolism. Love, loyalty, cross-cultural solidarity. Pain of racial/social injustice, tragedy of exclusion. Summary. Joseph's arc is about steadfast love, sacrifice, and the healing power of solidarity across boundaries. He grows into a protector and partner, helping Inaz survive and reclaim her dignity. Tariq's arc is about the destructive power of racism and exclusion, the tragedy of unfulfilled love, and the corrosive effects of internalized oppression and resentment. He is ultimately left behind, a symbol of the pain caused by social injustice. Their arcs intersect in their love for Anaz and their shared experience of being outsiders, but ultimately diverge. Joseph finds hope and fulfillment, while Tariq is left with loss and bitterness. The impact of societal expectations. 1. Defining identity and relationships. Racial and tribal expectations. In Sudanese society, strict tribal and racial hierarchies dictate who is considered a suitable marriage partner. Inaz's relationship with Tariq is condemned not because of personal incompatibility, but because he is from the Fur tribe and considered unmarriageable by her Arab family. This prejudice is so deeply ingrained that even Tariq, despite his wealth and good character, is never accepted as a legitimate suitor. Religious conformity. The expectation that all members of the community must adhere to Islam is enforced through social pressure, legal systems, and even violence. Inaz's conversion to Christianity is seen as a betrayal not just of faith, but of family and national identity, leading to threats of death, legal persecution, and social ostracism. 2. Controlling women's lives. Patriarchal authority. Societal norms grant fathers, brothers, and husbands near total control over women's choices, education, travel, marriage, and even bodily autonomy. Inaz is forced into marriages, denied the right to choose her partner, and subjected to violence for defying her family's will. Her mother and other women are often complicit, reinforcing these norms out of fear or internalized beliefs. Honor and shame. The concept of family honor is used to justify extreme measures, including honor killings, forced confinement, and public shaming. Inaz's pursuit of love and independence is framed as a threat to her family's reputation, making her a target for violence and exclusion. 3. Enforcing social order through violence and exclusion. Community surveillance and policing. Sudanese student communities abroad act as moral police, monitoring, judging, and punishing those who deviate from accepted norms. Inaz and Tariq are physically attacked, exiled, and spied upon by their peers, demonstrating how societal expectations are enforced not just by families, but by the broader community. Legal and institutional complicity. Authorities in Sudan, India, and Saudi Arabia use their power to reinforce societal expectations, often through corrupt or violent means. Inaz is imprisoned, tortured, and falsely accused of crimes to punish her for defying social and religious norms. 4. Impact on individual agency and well-being. Suppression of autonomy. Societal expectations repeatedly strip Inaz and others like her of agency. Her attempts to assert independence are met with escalating punishment, from forced marriage to imprisonment and rape. Even when she finds allies, the threat of societal backlash is ever present. Psychological trauma and isolation. The constant pressure to conform, combined with the threat of violence, leads to deep psychological scars, isolation, and a sense of hopelessness. Inaz's journey is marked by trauma, but also by resilience as she seeks to reclaim her voice and identity. 5. Resistance and change. Solidarity and defiance. While societal expectations are powerful, the novel also shows the possibility of resistance through solidarity with allies, personal courage, and the pursuit of justice. Inaz's eventual escape and resettlement symbolize hope for change, but the story makes clear that such victories are hard-won and never guaranteed. Summary table. Societal expectation. Impact on characters/plot. Racial/tribal hierarchy. Prevents cross-tribal love, leads to violence and exclusion. Religious conformity. Apostasy punished by law, violence, and ostracism. Patriarchal control. Women's choices suppressed, forced marriage, violence. Honor/shame culture. Justifies abuse, honor killings, and public shaming. Community surveillance. Peer-enforced punishment, exile, and constant fear. Institutional complicity. Legal system used to punish nonconformity. Resistance/solidarity. Allies enable survival and hope for change. In summary, societal expectations in the novel are a powerful force shaping every aspect of the characters' lives. They enforce conformity through family, community, and institutions, often with violence and exclusion. The impact is profound, limiting freedom, causing trauma, and perpetuating injustice. But the story also highlights the possibility of resistance, solidarity, and eventual transformation. Comparing the themes of love and sacrifice. 1. Love, transformative, forbidden, and redemptive. Love as rebellion. Love in the novel is often an act of defiance against societal, religious, and familial expectations. Inaza's relationships with Tariq, across racial and tribal lines, and Joseph, across religious lines, are both forbidden and become battlegrounds for her autonomy and identity. Romantic and platonic love. The story explores not only romantic love, Inaz/Tariq, Inaz/Joseph, but also the love between friends and allies, the Alexander family's support for Inaz and Joseph, which is crucial for survival and resistance. Love as healing and hope. Love is depicted as a source of healing for trauma and a reason to hope for a better future. Joseph's unwavering love for Inaz helps her survive abuse, imprisonment, and social ostracism. Their eventual union and family life in Canada symbolize the redemptive power of love. Love's limits. The novel also shows that love alone cannot always overcome external forces. Tariq's love for Inaz is ultimately thwarted by racism and social exclusion, leading to bitterness and tragedy. 2. Sacrifice, survival, loyalty, and the cost of defiance. Personal sacrifice for love. Characters repeatedly sacrifice their safety, reputation, and even their dreams for those they love. Inaz risks her life and endures torture rather than betray those who helped her. Joseph sacrifices his education and personal ambitions to care for Inaz and their child. Sacrifice as resistance. Sacrifice is not only personal but also political. Inaz's willingness to endure suffering rather than conform to oppressive norms is a form of resistance. Her refusal to betray her allies, even under torture, is a powerful act of agency. Sacrifice's double-edged nature. The novel also shows the darker side of sacrifice, how women are expected to sacrifice their autonomy, bodies, and happiness for family honor or religious conformity. Inaz is forced into marriages and subjected to violence in the name of sacrifice for her family's reputation. Sacrifice and betrayal. Not all sacrifices are noble. Some characters, like Tariq, when wounded by rejection, sacrifice their own integrity or the well-being of others out of bitterness or a sense of betrayal. 3. Intersection and contrast. Theme. How it appears. Impact on characters. Outcome in the story. Love. Romantic, platonic, familial, cross-cultural. Drives characters to resist, heal, and hope, sometimes leads to tragedy when thwarted. Ultimately redemptive for Inaz and Joseph, tragic for Tariq. Sacrifice. Enduring suffering for others, giving up dreams, risking safety. Tests loyalty, reveals character, sometimes coerced, as with forced marriage. Enables survival and eventual freedom, but also causes trauma and loss. Where they intersect, love often motivates sacrifice. Joseph's love for Inaz leads him to give up his ambitions. Inaza's love for her allies leads her to endure torture rather than betray them. Their mutual sacrifices are what allow them to survive and eventually find happiness. Where they diverge, sacrifice is not always voluntary or positive. Inaz is forced to sacrifice her autonomy for her family's honor, and Tariq's sacrifices are sometimes motivated by resentment rather than love. Love, in contrast, is depicted as a choice and a source of strength, while sacrifice can be imposed or destructive. Summary: love in the novel is a force for rebellion, healing, and hope, but is often tested by external pressures and sometimes ends in tragedy. Sacrifice is both a means of survival and a source of suffering, sometimes chosen out of love, sometimes imposed by society. The interplay between love and sacrifice is central to the characters' journeys. Love inspires sacrifice, and sacrifice tests the depth and authenticity of love. The story concludes that true freedom and dignity require both. Comparing the themes of freedom and oppression. 1. Oppression, the starting point and constant threat. Patriarchal and social oppression. The novel opens with Inaz living under the strict control of her family and community, where women's choices are dictated by patriarchal norms, tribal hierarchy, and religious law. She faces forced marriage, gender-based violence, and is denied autonomy over her education, relationships, and body. Racism and tribalism. Tariq and his family are subjected to systemic racism and exclusion because of their African heritage, which is considered inferior by the Arab Sudanese elite. This racism is institutionalized in marriage customs and social interactions. Religious and legal oppression, apostasy, or leaving Islam, is punishable by death or severe social and legal consequences. Inaz's conversion to Christianity triggers attempts at forced repatriation, legal persecution, and threats of execution. The legal systems in Sudan, India, and Saudi Arabia are depicted as complicit in perpetuating oppression, often through corruption, torture, and denial of due process. Community surveillance and violence. The Sudanese student community abroad acts as moral police, enforcing conformity through surveillance, physical violence, and social ostracism. Both Inaz and Tariq are targeted for their relationships and perceived transgressions. 2. Freedom, the struggle and its costs. Personal autonomy and defiance. The pursuit of freedom is a central driver for Inaz. Her journey is marked by acts of defiance, choosing her own partner, seeking education, converting to Christianity, and speaking out against injustice. Each act of self-assertion is met with escalating oppression, but also brings her closer to self-realization. Solidarity and support. Freedom is not achieved alone. The support of allies, especially Joseph and the Alexander family, enables Inaz to survive and resist. Their willingness to risk their own safety for her underscores the importance of solidarity in the fight against oppression. Legal and physical escape. The struggle for freedom is literal as well as metaphorical. Inaz's repeated escapes from forced repatriation, imprisonment, and violence are dramatic assertions of her will to survive and live on her own terms. Her eventual resettlement in Canada symbolizes the possibility of freedom, though it is hard-won and never absolute. Freedom of thought and speech. The novel highlights the importance of intellectual and spiritual freedom. Inaz's speeches and debates challenge the status quo, inspire others, and provoke both backlash and change. Her voice becomes a symbol of resistance and hope. 3. Interplay and contrast. Theme. How it appears. Impact on characters. Outcome in the story. Oppression. Patriarchy, racism, religious law, violence, surveillance. Suppresses autonomy, causes trauma, drives characters to the brink. Leads to suffering, but also to acts of resistance and the search for freedom. Freedom. Acts of defiance, solidarity, escape, intellectual awakening. Enables survival, self-realization, and hope, comes at great personal cost. achieved through struggle, solidarity, and sacrifice, never guaranteed or complete. Where they intersect, the pursuit of freedom is always in tension with the forces of oppression. Every step toward autonomy is met with new forms of control and punishment. The novel shows that freedom is not a given, but something that must be fought for, often at great risk. Where they diverge, oppression is depicted as systemic, pervasive, and self-reinforcing, while freedom is fragile, contingent, and dependent on both personal courage and collective action. The story suggests that true freedom is possible, but only through resilience, solidarity, and the willingness to challenge unjust systems. Summary. Oppression in the novel is multifaceted, rooted in family, community, law, and religion, and is enforced through violence, exclusion, and the denial of basic rights. Freedom is depicted as a hard-won achievement, requiring immense sacrifice, courage, and the support of others. It is both an internal state, the reclamation of voice and identity, and an external reality, physical safety, legal rights. The tension between these themes drives the narrative, shaping the characters' journeys and the novel's critique of the systems that perpetuate injustice. The role of cultural and religious identity. 1. Defining belonging and exclusion. Tribal and racial identity. In Sudanese society, tribal affiliation and racial background are central to one's social status and marriage prospects. Inaz's Arab identity is a source of pride for her family, while Tariq's African, Fur, heritage marks him as unmarriageable despite his wealth and character. This rigid hierarchy leads to the rejection of their relationship and fuels much of the novel's conflict. Religious identity as social glue and weapon. Islam is not just a personal faith, but a marker of community belonging and family honor. Conformity is enforced through social pressure, legal systems, and even violence. Inaz's conversion to Christianity is seen as a betrayal of her family, tribe, and nation, resulting in threats of death, legal persecution, and ostracism. 2. Sources of conflict and control. Marriage and gender roles. Cultural and religious identity dictate who can marry whom, what roles women and men must play, and how families maintain honor. Inaz is forced into marriages to preserve her family's reputation and is denied the right to choose her own partner, reflecting the intersection of cultural and religious expectations. Community surveillance. The Sudanese student community abroad acts as moral police, enforcing conformity and punishing deviation. Both Inaz and Tariq are targeted for their relationships and perceived transgressions, showing how identity is policed not just by family, but by the broader community. Legal and institutional enforcement. Religious identity is codified in law, apostasy is punishable by death, and women's rights are severely restricted. Authorities in Sudan, India, and Saudi Arabia use their power to reinforce these norms, often through corrupt or violent means. 3. Personal struggle and transformation. Internal conflict. Characters like Inaz and Tariq struggle with their own sense of identity, torn between personal desires and the expectations of their culture and religion. Inaz's journey from obedience to defiance and from Islam to Christianity is a search for an identity that is authentic and self-chosen. Resistance and redefinition. The novel shows that identity is not static. Through acts of resistance, choosing forbidden love, converting faith, speaking out, characters attempt to redefine themselves, often at great personal cost. Inaz's eventual resettlement in Canada symbolizes the possibility of forging a new identity beyond the constraints of her birth culture and religion. 4. Solidarity and division. Alliances across boundaries. While cultural and religious identity are sources of division and conflict, the novel also highlights the possibility of solidarity across these lines. The support Inaz receives from Joseph, an Ethiopian Christian, and the Alexander family, Indian Christians, demonstrates that shared values and compassion can transcend inherited identities. Perpetuation of prejudice. At the same time, the novel shows how cultural and religious identity can perpetuate prejudice, violence, and exclusion, whether through racism, sexism, or religious intolerance. These forces are depicted as deeply entrenched and self-reinforcing. Summary table. Aspect. Role of cultural/religious identity. Social belonging. Defines who is in or out, shapes marriage status. Source of conflict. Drives family/community rejection, violence, legal action. Control of women. Dictates gender roles, marriage, autonomy. Internal struggle. Characters wrestle with inherited versus chosen identity. Solidarity/division. Can both divide and unite depending on context. Transformation. Identity can be redefined through resistance and new alliances. In summary, cultural and religious identity in the novel is both a source of belonging and a tool of control. It shapes every aspect of the characters' lives, from whom they can love to whether they live or die. The story ultimately suggests that while these identities are powerful, they can be challenged and redefined through courage, solidarity, and the pursuit of justice. This novel narrates the story of Inaz Ahmed Sola, a Sudanese Arab Muslim woman whose life is marked by forced marriages, religious persecution, and gender-based violence as she struggles for autonomy and love across Sudan, India, Saudi Arabia, and Canada. The narrative explores themes of racism, misogyny, religious intolerance, and the abuse of power, following Inaz through harrowing experiences including honor violence, rape, wrongful imprisonment, and eventual refugee status, while also critiquing Islamic and patriarchal institutions. Ultimately, the novel is both a personal odyssey of survival and resistance and a broader critique of the systems that oppress women and minorities, ending with Inaz's resettlement in Canada, but acknowledging ongoing threats and struggles. A summary of the main themes of the novel. Here are the central themes explored in the story. Racism and tribalism. The novel exposes deep-seated racism and tribal prejudice within Sudanese and broader Arab societies, particularly regarding marriage and social status, as seen in the rejection of relationships that cross racial or tribal boundaries. Misogyny and patriarchy. It critically examines the oppression of women under patriarchal systems, including forced marriage, female genital mutilation, lack of autonomy, and the use of violence, such as honor killings, to control women's choices. Religious intolerance and apostasy. The story highlights the dangers and consequences of religious apostasy, especially for women, and the lack of freedom to choose or change one's faith in conservative Muslim societies. Love across boundaries. Central to the plot is the theme of forbidden love, romantic relationships that cross boundaries of race, religion, and culture, and the personal and societal costs of defying these boundaries. Abuse of power and corruption. The novel exposes the corruption and abuse of power by authorities, police, religious leaders, diplomats, in Sudan, India, and Saudi Arabia, and how these systems perpetuate injustice, especially against women and minorities. Exile, migration, and refugee experience. Inaz's journey from Sudan to India, Saudi Arabia, and eventually Canada reflects the struggles of refugees and migrants, including the search for safety, identity, and belonging in hostile environments. Solidarity and resistance. The importance of solidarity across religious, national, and cultural lines is emphasized through the support Inaz receives from a few allies, showing the power of resistance and compassion in the face of oppression. Critique of religious and social institutions. The novel contains extended critiques of Islamic law, Sharia, the role of religious authorities, and the failure of both religious and secular institutions to protect the vulnerable or deliver justice. Survival, resilience, and hope. Despite relentless persecution, Inaz's story is ultimately one of survival, resilience, and hope for a better life, symbolized by her eventual resettlement and raising up her children in a new country. These themes are woven throughout the narrative, making the novel both a personal odyssey and a broader critique of the systems that oppress women and minorities. A comparison between the love of Inaz and Tariq with the love of Inaz and Joseph. Drawing from the detailed narrative in the novel Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers. Book 1. A novel by Dr. A. Ahmed. Please find below a detailed comparison of these two key relationships. 1. Nature and foundation of each love. Inaz and Tariq. Origins. Their relationship begins in Sudan as a secret, youthful romance. Inaz is an Arab Sudanese girl and Tariq is an African Sudanese boy from the Fur tribe. Their love is immediately marked as unmarriageable due to deep-seated racial and tribal prejudices in Sudanese society. Type of love. Their bond is passionate, emotionally intense, and rooted in shared experiences of marginalization. However, it is also fraught with insecurity, social stigma, and a sense of doom. They both know from the start that their love cannot lead to marriage because of societal barriers. Conflict. Their relationship is constantly under threat from external forces, family, community, and religious authorities. They are forced into a secret marriage under duress, and their love is repeatedly tested by violence, separation, and betrayal. Development. Over time, Tariq's love becomes tinged with bitterness and resentment, especially after Inaz's conversion to Christianity and her eventual marriage to Joseph. Tariq transitions from hopeful lover to a wounded, sometimes vengeful outsider. Inaz and Joseph. Origins. Joseph is an Ethiopian Christian medical student whom Inaz meets in India after her traumatic experiences with Tariq and her family. Their relationship develops gradually, beginning with compassion and friendship, and deepening into a partnership based on mutual respect and solidarity. Type of love. Their love is characterized by healing, patience, and steadfast support. Joseph is a source of hope and stability for Inaz, helping her recover from trauma and reclaim her agency. Their bond is built on shared suffering, resilience, and a commitment to justice and personal freedom. Conflict. While their relationship also faces external threats, religious intolerance, violence, and persecution, it is marked by a sense of partnership and shared purpose. Joseph stands by Inaz through her conversion, legal battles, and eventual resettlement as refugees. Development. Their love grows stronger through adversity, culminating in marriage, parenthood, and a new life together in Canada. Joseph's unwavering loyalty and compassion are central to Inaz's survival and transformation. 2. Key contrasts. In Canada. Joseph's unwavering loyalty aspect. Inaz and Tariq. Inaz and Joseph. Initial status. Hopeful, loving, but insecure and marginalized. Outsider, compassionate, seeking belonging. Main struggle. Against racism, social exclusion, and loss. Against racism, injustice, and loss. Turning point. Loss of Inaz, sense of betrayal. Taking on protector role, sacrificing for love. Growth. From hopeful lover to wounded, sometimes vengeful. From supporter to protector and healer. Resolution. Bitterness, resignation, tragic loss. Family, fulfillment, solidarity, new life in Canada. Symbolism. Pain of racial/social injustice, tragedy of exclusion. Love, loyalty, cross-cultural solidarity. 3. Emotional and symbolic meaning. Inaz and Tariq, their love is a symbol of the destructive power of racism and exclusion. It is passionate but ultimately tragic, marked by unfulfilled longing and the corrosive effects of internalized oppression. Their relationship is a casualty of societal prejudice, and both are left with scars. Inaz finds agency and hope elsewhere, while Tariq is left with loss and bitterness. Inaz and Joseph, their love represents the possibility of healing, hope, and solidarity across boundaries. It is transformative, redemptive, and enduring. Together, they overcome immense adversity, and their partnership becomes a model of resilience and the pursuit of justice. Joseph's love helps Inaz reclaim her dignity and future. 4. Conclusion. Inaz and Tariq, a love defined by societal barriers, doomed from the start, and ultimately a story of loss and the personal costs of social injustice. Inaz and Joseph, a love that grows through adversity, rooted in mutual respect and shared struggle, and ultimately a story of survival, hope, and new beginnings. Both relationships are central to Inaz's journey, but while one ends in tragedy and alienation, the other leads to healing, partnership, and the creation of a new life. More details on the key contrasts between the love of Inaz and Tariq versus the love of Inaz and Joseph. Here's a deeper, point-by-point exploration, drawing directly from the novel's analysis and character arcs. 1. Origins and emotional foundation. Inaz and Tariq. Their love begins as a secret, youthful romance in Sudan, marked by excitement, but also by the knowledge that it is forbidden due to racial and tribal prejudice. The relationship is passionate, but always shadowed by insecurity and a sense of doom. They are unmarriageable lovers from the start. Their bond is rooted in shared marginalization, but also in the thrill and pain of defiance. Inaz and Joseph. Their relationship develops gradually, starting from compassion and friendship after Inaz's traumatic experiences. It is built on mutual respect, healing, and solidarity, with Joseph offering unwavering support and a sense of safety. Their love grows through shared adversity and is characterized by patience, trust, and a deep emotional connection. 2. Conflict and external pressures. Inaz and Tariq. The main conflict is external. Family, community, and religious authorities violently oppose their relationship. They are forced into a secret marriage under duress, and their love is repeatedly tested by violence, separation, and betrayal. The relationship is ultimately destroyed by societal racism, tribalism, and the inability to overcome these barriers. Inaz and Joseph. Their relationship also faces external threats, religious intolerance, violence, and persecution, but they face these as partners. Joseph stands by Inaz through her conversion, legal battles, and eventual resettlement as refugees. Their love is a source of resilience and hope, helping them to survive and build a new life together. 3. Growth and transformation. Inaz and Tariq. Tariq's love, initially hopeful, becomes tinged with bitterness and resentment, especially after Inaz's conversion and marriage to Joseph. He transitions from a victim of prejudice to a reluctant antagonist, sometimes acting out of wounded pride and a sense of betrayal. Inaz's arc with Tariq is about breaking free from oppression, but their relationship ends in loss and unresolved pain. Inaz and Joseph. Their love is transformative and redemptive. Joseph grows from a supportive partner to a protector and advocate, sacrificing his own ambitions for Inaz's safety and well-being. Inaz finds agency, resilience, and a sense of purpose, becoming a symbol of resistance and hope for others. Together, they illustrate the power of partnership, resilience, and the pursuit of justice in the face of overwhelming adversity. 4. Resolution and symbolism. Inaz and Tariq. Their relationship ends in bitterness, resignation, and a sense of tragic loss. Tariq eventually marries someone else, but the relationship lacks the emotional depth he once had with Inaz. Their love symbolizes the pain of racial and social injustice and the tragedy of love thwarted by societal barriers. Inaz and Joseph. Their journey ends with the creation of a new family and life in a safer, more just environment, having helped Inaz reclaim her dignity and future. Their love stands as a symbol of hope, healing, and cross-cultural solidarity. 5. Summary Table of Contrasts. Aspect. Inaz and Tarek. Inaz and Joseph. Initial status. Hopeful, loving, but insecure and marginalized. Outsider, compassionate, seeking belonging. Main struggle. Against racism, social exclusion, and loss. Against racism, injustice, and loss. Turning point. Loss of Inaz, sense of betrayal. Taking on protector role, sacrificing for love. Growth. From hopeful lover to wounded, sometimes vengeful. From supporter to protector and healer. Resolution. Bitterness, resignation, tragic loss. Family, fulfillment, solidarity, new life in Canada. Symbolism. Pain of racial/social injustice, tragedy of exclusion. Love, loyalty, cross-cultural solidarity. 6. Significance. Inaz and Tarek, their love is a cautionary tale about the destructive power of racism, tribalism, and social exclusion. It is passionate but ultimately tragic, marked by unfulfilled longing and the corrosive effects of internalized oppression. Inaz and Joseph, their love is a testament to the healing power of solidarity, compassion, and partnership. It is transformative, enduring, and ultimately triumphant over adversity. Direct examples from the novel illustrate the key contrasts between the love of Inaz and Tarek versus the love of Inaz and Joseph. Here is a detailed, evidence-based comparison, with direct references to scenes, dialogue, and narrative moments from the text. 1. Inaz and Tarek, love marked by social barriers and tragedy. A. Forbidden and doomed from the start. Neither Inaz nor Tarek have ever dreamt of getting married to each other. They just want to be close to each other and enjoy their love until Inaz finishes her medical study and marries her cousin Osama. Their love is solid as iron, but their commitment as potential future husband and wife is zero. B. Social and racial prejudice. They knew and understood that her parents would never allow her to marry a boy like Tarek. They may permit her to marry a dog or a pig, but not a boy of Tarek's family background. Tarek's father is from Darfur and his mother is from the Nuba Mountains. Even though his father is one of the 5 richest men in the capital city of Sudan, still her parents are not going to agree to such a marriage. C. Forced marriage and violence. The emir and his terrorists approached the apartment of the so-called shameless Sudanese adulterer and dirty adulteress. They gave Inaz and Tarek 2 options. They have either to get married according to the Holy Quran of Allah and the blessed Sunnah of his messenger Muhammad, or be separated forever. When the 2 lovers agreed to get married, the emir and his terrorists took them to a mosque and contracted them in a halal Islamic marriage. D. Betrayal and separation. Their problem has become insurmountable. Now it became a question of life and death. Those terrorist students threatened the life of the lover Tarek and banished him to a far city and turned the life of his girlfriend Inaz into a living hell. E. Bitterness and tragic end. Tarek's pain and sense of loss eventually lead him to participate in schemes that further complicate Inaz's situation, including attempts to sabotage her happiness and reputation. He struggles with agency, often accepting the unmarriageable label, and later acting out of wounded pride and resentment. Tarek ends as a tragic figure, wounded by racism, loss, and his own choices. His arc is defined by unfulfilled longing, bitterness, and a sense of being left behind by the woman he loved and the society that rejected him. 2. Inaz and Joseph, love as healing, partnership, and hope. A. Compassion and solidarity. Joseph is consistently portrayed as deeply empathetic, offering unwavering emotional and practical support to Inaz through her ordeals. He is one of the few people who believes her story, stands by her during persecution, and risks his own safety for her. B. Healing from trauma. Joseph's presence is healing for Inaz, offering her acceptance, understanding, and a sense of belonging that she is denied by her family and community. His love helps her survive trauma and reclaim her agency. C. Partnership in adversity. Their bond is characterized by mutual respect, shared suffering, and deep emotional intimacy. He is her confidant, protector, and partner in resistance. D. Growth and transformation. Joseph grows from a supportive partner to a protector and advocate, sacrificing his own ambitions for Inaz's safety and well-being. His arc is defined by steadfast loyalty, patience, and the ability to forgive and heal, even when faced with betrayal or uncertainty. E. Fulfillment and new beginnings. Their journey ends with the creation of a new family and life in a safer, more just environment, having helped Inaz reclaim her dignity and future. Together, their journeys illustrate the power of partnership, resilience, and the pursuit of justice in the face of overwhelming adversity. 3. Direct dialogue and narrative moments. Inaz and Tariq. She knew and understood that her parents would never allow her to marry a boy like Tariq. Even though Inaz and Tariq are both Muslims, still that fact is not going to change the minds of her parents. For a few weeks, she made that last difficult choice and abided by it. During those weeks, she suffered so much. She could not concentrate on her studies. She is missing her lover very much. She has concluded that she may die of sorrow or commit suicide if she cannot be with him. Inaz and Joseph. Joseph's unwavering support is crucial to her survival and eventual escape. Their relationship is built on mutual respect, solidarity, and shared suffering. Joseph's unwavering support is crucial to Inaz's survival and growth. Joseph is a deeply compassionate, principled, and resilient character whose unwavering support for Inaz is central to her survival and growth. He stands as a symbol of love's power to transcend boundaries and heal trauma, and his journey reflects the broader themes of solidarity, justice, and hope in the face of adversity. 4. Summary table with examples. Aspect. Inaz and Tariq examples. Inaz and Joseph examples. Initial status. Their love is solid as iron, but their commitment as potential future husband and wife is zero. Their bond is characterized by mutual respect, shared suffering, and deep emotional intimacy. Main struggle. Their problem has become insurmountable. Now it became a question of life and death. Joseph's unwavering support is crucial to her survival and eventual escape. Turning point. Tariq's pain and sense of loss eventually lead him to participate in schemes that further complicate Inaz's situation. Joseph grows from a supportive partner to a protector and advocate, sacrificing his own ambitions for Inaz's safety and well-being. Growth. He struggles with agency, often accepting the unmarriageable label and later acting out of wounded pride and resentment. His arc is defined by steadfast loyalty, patience, and the ability to forgive and heal, even when faced with betrayal or uncertainty. Resolution. Tariq ends as a tragic figure, wounded by racism, loss, and his own choices. Their journey ends with the creation of a new family and life in a safer, more just environment, having helped Inaz reclaim her dignity and future. Symbolism. Pain of racial/social injustice, tragedy of exclusion. Love, loyalty, cross-cultural solidarity. In summary, the love between Inaz and Tariq is passionate, but ultimately tragic, destroyed by external prejudice and internalized pain. The love between Inaz and Joseph is a journey of healing, partnership, and hope, overcoming adversity through solidarity and compassion. These contrasts are vividly illustrated in the novel's narrative, dialogue, and character arcs. A comparison between the marriage of Inaz and Osama and the marriage of Inaz and Joseph. Using detailed content from the novel to provide a thorough, evidence-based comparison. 1. Nature and foundation of each marriage. Marriage of Inaz and Osama. Arranged and forced, this marriage was arranged by Inaz's family, specifically her father, as is customary in her Sudanese Arab Muslim context. Inaz did not love Osama and accepted the engagement and marriage out of obedience to her parents and societal expectations. Lack of emotional connection. There was no genuine emotional or romantic bond between Inaz and Osama. The marriage was seen as ideal by her family due to tribal and religious compatibility, not personal affection. Sexual dysfunction and abuse. The marriage was never consummated due to Osama's hidden homosexuality and impotence. Inaz discovered Osama in a sexual relationship with a Saudi man. She was subjected to emotional neglect, physical abuse, and eventually, sexual violence by others as a result of Osama's actions, including being gambled away and raped by others. Imprisonment and isolation. Inaz was kept under house arrest, isolated from her family and friends, and denied autonomy. Her attempts to escape or seek help were met with further violence and threats. Religious and social pressure. The marriage was deeply embedded in patriarchal, tribal, and religious expectations. Inaz was denied agency, and her suffering was justified by her family and community as necessary for family honor and religious conformity. Marriage of Inaz and Joseph. Love-based and chosen, this marriage was founded on mutual love, respect, and emotional support. Inaz and Joseph met as students in India, developed a deep friendship, and fell in love despite immense social and religious opposition. Solidarity and healing. Joseph is depicted as compassionate, loyal, and a source of healing for Inaz. Their relationship is characterized by mutual support, shared suffering, and resilience in the face of persecution. Agency and partnership. Inaz actively chose to marry Joseph, even converting to Christianity as a result of her own spiritual journey and disillusionment with her previous life. Their marriage was both a civil and religious union, celebrated with the support of friends and allies. Shared adversity and growth. Together, they faced violence, ostracism, and legal threats, but their partnership allowed both to grow. Inaz from victim to survivor and activist, and Joseph from supporter to protector and healer. Hope and new beginnings. Their marriage ultimately led to their resettlement as refugees in Canada, symbolizing hope, survival, and the possibility of a new life built on love and solidarity. 2. Key contrasts. In Canada. Joseph's unwavering loyalty aspect. Inaz and Osama. Inaz and Joseph. Foundation. Arranged, forced, no love. Chosen, mutual love and respect. Agency. No agency, obedience to family. Full agency, personal choice. Emotional climate. Abuse, neglect, trauma. Healing, support, partnership. Sexual relationship. Dysfunctional, abusive, non-consensual. Consensual, loving, supportive. Social context. Patriarchal, tribal, religious oppression. Cross-cultural, solidarity, resistance. Outcome. Trauma, isolation, ongoing danger. Growth, hope, new beginnings. Symbolism. Oppression, loss of self. Resilience, hope, voice for the oppressed. 3. Thematic significance. Inaz and Osama. This marriage represents the destructive power of patriarchal, tribal, and religious systems that deny women autonomy and perpetuate cycles of abuse. Inaz is treated as property, her suffering justified by honor, and her attempts at resistance met with violence. Inaz and Joseph. This marriage embodies the possibility of love as resistance, healing, and transformation. It is a partnership that transcends boundaries of race, religion, and culture, and is built on mutual respect, solidarity, and the pursuit of justice. 4. Narrative impact. The contrast between these two marriages is central to the novel's critique of oppressive social structures and its advocacy for personal agency, love, and cross-cultural solidarity. Inaz's journey from her marriage with Osama to her marriage with Joseph marks her transformation from a victim of circumstance to an agent of her own destiny. In summary, the marriage of Inaz and Osama is a tragic example of forced, loveless union rooted in patriarchal and tribal control, resulting in trauma and loss of self. In contrast, the marriage of Inaz and Joseph is a testament to the power of chosen love, partnership, and resilience, offering hope and new beginnings despite relentless adversity. A comparison of Inaz's relationships with other characters in the novel. Providing a structured overview, drawing on the novel's content to highlight the nature, dynamics, and significance of her relationships with key figures. 1. Inaz and Osama, first husband. Nature, arranged, loveless, and ultimately abusive marriage. Dynamics. Osama is chosen by Inaz's family for tribal and religious reasons. He is emotionally distant, sexually dysfunctional, and later revealed to be gay and abusive. Inaz is denied agency, subjected to violence, and isolated. Significance. Symbolizes the destructive power of patriarchal and tribal systems and the trauma of forced marriage. 2. Inaz and Tariq, first lover. Nature, forbidden, passionate, but ultimately tragic love. Dynamics. Tariq is an African Sudanese Muslim considered unmarriageable by Inaz's Arab family due to racism and tribalism. Their relationship is marked by deep affection, but also by social ostracism, violence, and repeated separation. Tariq is both a victim of prejudice and, at times, becomes resentful and vengeful. Significance highlights the intersection of racism, tribalism, and gender oppression. Their love is a site of both resistance and tragedy. 3. Inaz and Joseph, second husband. Nature, chosen, loving, and healing partnership. Dynamics. Joseph is an Ethiopian Christian medical student. Their relationship is built on mutual respect, solidarity, and shared suffering. Joseph is a source of healing and hope, supporting Inaz through persecution, conversion, and migration. Their marriage is a partnership of equals, marked by resilience and hope. Significance represents the possibility of love as resistance, healing, and transformation. Their union is a counterpoint to the trauma of Inaz's earlier relationships. 4. Inaz and Ahmed Saleh, father. Nature, authoritarian, controlling, and violent. Dynamics. Ahmed Saleh is a strict patriarch who enforces family honor, tribalism, and religious conformity. He repeatedly attempts to control Inaz's life, including through violence and attempted honor killings. Their relationship is defined by conflict, trauma, and conditional love. Significance embodies the oppressive forces of patriarchy and the dangers of absolute parental authority. 5. Inaz and Siham Saleh, mother. Nature, complicit, fearful, and emotionally distant. Dynamics. Siham Saleh enforces patriarchal and tribal norms, often out of fear or internalized beliefs. She is complicit in Inaz's suffering, rarely offering support or protection. Significance illustrates the role of women in perpetuating patriarchal systems, sometimes as victims themselves. 6. Inaz and the Alexander family, allies in India. Nature, supportive, cross-cultural solidarity. Dynamics. The Alexander family, notably Vijay Alexander, Mary Alexander, and Teresa Alexander, are Indian Christians who risk their safety to help Anaz and Joseph escape persecution. They provide shelter, legal help, and emotional support. Significance symbolizes the power of solidarity across religious and cultural lines and the importance of compassion in the face of oppression. 7. Anaz and the Sudanese student community. Nature: hostile, judgmental, and violent. Dynamics: the Sudanese student community in India acts as moral police, enforcing conformity through surveillance, violence, and ostracism. They are a collective antagonist, representing the broader forces of social control and intolerance. Significance demonstrates the dangers of community-enforced conformity and the collective power of social exclusion. 8. Inaz and Ralph Wolf/Aslam Nur-al-Haq antagonist. Nature: abusive, corrupt, and violent. Dynamics: Ralph Wolf is a corrupt police official who tortures, rapes, and fabricates charges against Inaz. He is a major antagonist, embodying the abuse of institutional power. Significance exposes the complicity of legal and social institutions in perpetuating violence against women and minorities. 9. Inaz and Grace and Victor, children. Nature: maternal, protective, and hopeful. Dynamics: Grace and Victor are Inaz's children, symbolizing hope and new beginnings. Their births, especially under traumatic circumstances, are central to Inaz's journey from victim to survivor. Significance represents the possibility of renewal and the enduring power of love and resilience. Thematic summary: oppression versus solidarity. Inaz's relationships with her family, community, and abusers are marked by oppression, violence, and betrayal. In contrast, her relationships with Joseph and the Alexander family are defined by solidarity, healing, and hope. Transformation: through these relationships, Inaz transforms from a victim of patriarchal and social violence to a survivor, activist, and symbol of resistance. Complexity: not all relationships are purely negative or positive. Some, like with Tariq, are deeply ambivalent, reflecting the complexity of love, loyalty, and social pressure. In summary, Inaz's relationships with other characters are central to the novel's exploration of oppression, resistance, and the search for dignity. Each relationship, whether marked by love, violence, solidarity, or betrayal, shapes her journey and the novel's critique of the systems that oppress women and minorities. Inaz's relationships with her family while using the novel's content to analyze her relationships with her father, mother, and extended family, highlighting the emotional dynamics, sources of conflict, and their impact on her journey. 1. Inaz and her father, Ahmed Saleh. Nature: authoritarian, controlling, and often violent. Dynamics: Ahmed Saleh is a strict patriarch who enforces family honor, tribalism, and religious conformity. He is the central antagonist in Inaz's struggle for autonomy. He repeatedly attempts to control her life, including her education, marriage, and personal choices. When Inaz defies his authority by pursuing forbidden love, seeking education abroad, or converting to Christianity, he responds with escalating violence, including attempted honor killings. His love is conditional. He only accepts Inaz when she is obedient and upholds the family's reputation. When she deviates, he sees her as a source of shame and a threat to family honor. Impact: Inaz's relationship with her father is a primary source of trauma, shaping her journey from obedience to resistance. His actions force her to confront the limits of familial loyalty and ultimately to seek her own path, even at great personal risk. 2. Inaz and her mother, Saham Saleh. Nature: complicit, fearful, and emotionally distant. Dynamics. Siham Sula enforces patriarchal and tribal norms, often out of fear or internalized beliefs. She rarely offers support or protection to Anaz, instead siding with her husband or remaining passive in the face of his violence. Her complicity is sometimes motivated by her own vulnerability within the patriarchal system, but it results in emotional abandonment for Anaz. Impact. Inaz experiences her mother as another agent of control, rather than a source of comfort. This deepens her sense of isolation and betrayal within her own family. 3. Inaz and her extended family. Nature. Enforcers of tradition and social conformity. Dynamics. Extended family members, such as cousins and uncles, play roles in arranging marriages and upholding tribal and religious expectations. For example, Inaz is forced to marry her cousin Osama to preserve family honor. The family collectively polices Inaz's behavior, viewing her choices as reflections on the entire family's reputation. Impact. The extended family's involvement reinforces the pressures on Inaz to conform, making her acts of resistance even more significant and costly. 4. Key themes in Inaz's family relationships. A. Patriarchy and control. Inaz's family relationships are dominated by patriarchal authority, with her father as the central figure of control and her mother as an enforcer of tradition. B. Conditional love and honor. Love and acceptance are conditional on obedience and conformity. When Inaz asserts her independence, she is met with violence, rejection, and threats to her life. C. Betrayal and isolation. Inaz experiences profound betrayal by her family, especially when they prioritize honor over her well-being. This isolation is a driving force in her journey towards self-determination. D. Resistance and transformation. Despite relentless pressure, Inaz ultimately resists her family's control, seeking freedom, dignity, and love on her own terms. Her journey is one of transformation from victim to survivor and activist. 5. Summary table. Family member. Nature of relationship. Dynamics and impact. Ahmed Sula, father. Authoritarian, violent, conditional. Enforces control through violence, source of trauma and catalyst for resistance. Siham Sula, mother. Complicit, fearful, distant. Enforces tradition, emotionally abandons Inaz. Extended family. Enforcers of tradition. Arranged marriages uphold conformity, reinforce pressure to obey. In summary, Inaz's relationships with her family are characterized by control, conditional love, and betrayal, set against a backdrop of patriarchal and tribal expectations. These relationships are central to her journey from obedience and trauma to resistance and self-empowerment. A comparison of the suffering and persecution experienced by Inaz in India, Saudi Arabia, and Sudan, as depicted in the novel Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers. Book 1. A novel by Dr. A. Ahmed. Providing a structured comparison, drawing directly from the detailed narrative and analysis in the novel. 1. Suffering and persecution in Sudan. Family and social control. Inaz is raised in a strict Arab Muslim family, where her father is a patriarchal figure enforcing tribal, racial, and religious conformity. Her mother is complicit, often out of fear or internalized beliefs. She is denied autonomy over her education, relationships, and body. Her engagement and marriage are arranged without her genuine consent. When rumors of her relationship with an unmarriageable lover, Tariq, reach her family, her father attempts honor killing, and she is subjected to house arrest, violence, and emotional abuse. Legal and cultural oppression. Sudanese law and society reinforce patriarchal and tribal hierarchies, making it nearly impossible for women to choose their partners or escape abusive marriages. Inaz is forced into marriage with her cousin Osama, who is later revealed to be abusive and secretly gay. Her suffering is dismissed or justified by family and community in the name of honor and tradition. 2. Suffering and persecution in Saudi Arabia. Marital abuse and imprisonment. After her forced marriage, Inaz is sent to live with Osama in Saudi Arabia. She faces sexual dysfunction, emotional neglect, and eventually discovers Osama's homosexuality and abusive behavior. She is subjected to repeated physical abuse, locked in the apartment, starved, and denied contact with the outside world. Her attempts to escape are met with threats of violence and further imprisonment. Sexual violence and exploitation. Osama gambles her virtue away, resulting in her being raped by his Saudi friends. She is repeatedly assaulted, leading to trauma, pregnancy, and further isolation. When she attempts to escape, she is caught, accused of multiple offenses under Sharia law, and faces the threat of execution or severe corporal punishment for rebellion, adultery, and apostasy. Legal and religious persecution. Saudi law, rooted in strict Sharia, denies women autonomy and criminalizes escape from abusive husbands. Inaz is arrested, threatened with death, and only narrowly escapes execution through a forged divorce and international intervention. 3. Suffering and persecution in India. Community surveillance and violence. As a Sudanese student in India, Inaz is constantly monitored by the Sudanese student community, who act as moral police. Her relationship with Tariq is met with violent attacks, social ostracism, and threats of honor killing. She is forced into a secret Islamic marriage under threat of violence by Sudanese Muslim Brotherhood students. Legal and institutional abuse. Inaz is falsely accused of crimes, e.g., drug trafficking, by corrupt authorities, leading to imprisonment, torture, and rape by a police official. These charges are fabricated to justify her detention and possible extradition. She faces repeated attempts at kidnapping and forced repatriation to Sudan by her family, Sudanese diplomats, and corrupt police in India and Saudi Arabia. Religious and gender-based persecution. Her conversion to Christianity and marriage to Joseph provoke further persecution, including threats of execution for apostasy, legal harassment, and social isolation. Even after being granted refugee status, she is not safe. She is subjected to further violence, betrayal, and legal battles, and is only saved through international intervention and the support of allies. Comparative analysis. Country. Nature of suffering and persecution. Key features. Sudan. Patriarchal violence, forced marriage, honor-based abuse, legal and social control, house arrest, attempted murder. Family-driven, rooted in tribal/religious hierarchy, legal system complicit. Saudi Arabia. Marital rape, sexual slavery, imprisonment, starvation, legal threats, flogging, execution, religious policing. State-driven, Sharia law, extreme gender segregation, no legal recourse for women. India. Community surveillance, physical attacks, forced marriage, false criminal charges, torture, rape, legal harassment. Diaspora-driven, institutional corruption, intersection of racism, misogyny, and xenophobia. Key insights. Intersectionality. Inaz's suffering is compounded by intersecting forces, gender, religion, race, and migration status. In each country, the specific form of persecution is shaped by local laws, customs, and power structures, but all are rooted in patriarchal and religious control. Escalation. The violence escalates from family and community control in Sudan to state-sanctioned abuse and sexual violence in Saudi Arabia, to a combination of diaspora policing and institutional corruption in India. Survival and resistance. Despite relentless persecution, Inaz survives through resilience, the support of a few allies, and her own determination. Her journey exposes the failures of both religious and secular institutions to protect vulnerable women. The legal systems in each country, Sudan, Saudi Arabia, and India, as they relate to the suffering and persecution of Inaz in the novel Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers. Book 1. A novel by Dr. A. Ahmed. Here's a focused breakdown of how the legal systems in each country shape and enable her persecution, with direct references to the novel. Sudan, patriarchal and Sharia-based legal system. Key features. Sharia law and customary law. Sudan's legal system is a blend of Islamic Sharia and tribal customary law. Both reinforce patriarchal authority, especially over women's autonomy in marriage, movement, and religious choice. Guardianship and marriage. A woman cannot marry without the consent of her wali, male guardian, usually her father. Forced and arranged marriages are legally and socially sanctioned. The law does not require the woman's consent, and a father can contract the marriage of his daughter at any age. Honor-based violence. The legal system tolerates or even justifies honor-based violence. Fathers and husbands are rarely prosecuted for violence against daughters or wives if it is seen as defending family honor. Apostasy laws. Leaving Islam, apostasy, is a capital crime under Sudanese law. Women who convert to another religion face the death penalty, and the legal system is complicit in enforcing these punishments. Limited legal recourse. Women have little to no legal recourse against domestic violence, forced marriage, or religious persecution. The law is structured to protect male authority and family honor over individual rights. Saudi Arabia, Sharia law and absolute guardianship. Key features. Strict Sharia law. Saudi Arabia's legal system is based on a strict interpretation of Sharia. All aspects of personal status law, marriage, divorce, inheritance, are governed by religious law, with no separation between religion and state. Guardianship system. Nizam al-Walaya women are legally considered minors under the guardianship of their closest male relative, father, husband, brother, or even son. They cannot travel, marry, or access many services without male permission. Criminalization of disobedience. Disobedience to a husband or guardian can result in legal penalties, including imprisonment, flogging, or forced return to the house of obedience, Beit Alta. Criminalization of escape and apostasy. Running away from an abusive husband or converting from Islam are both criminal offenses. Women who attempt to escape abusive situations are often charged with disobedience, adultery, or apostasy, all of which can carry the death penalty. No legal protection from abuse. The legal system does not recognize marital rape or domestic violence as crimes. Women who report abuse are often punished themselves, and the law is used to enforce obedience rather than protect victims. India, plural legal system, diaspora policing, and corruption. Key features. Secular constitution, plural laws. India's legal system is officially secular, but personal status laws, marriage, divorce, inheritance, can be governed by religious law for different communities, Muslim, Hindu, Christian, etc. Diaspora moral police for foreign students, especially women from conservative backgrounds. The Sudanese student community acts as an extralegal moral police, enforcing conformity through violence, ostracism, and surveillance. This is not part of Indian law, but is tolerated or ignored by authorities. Corruption and abuse of power. The novel details how corrupt police and officials fabricate charges, e.g., drug trafficking, to justify detention, torture, and rape. Legal processes can be manipulated by bribes, false testimony, and political pressure. Weak protection for foreign women. Foreign women, especially those from marginalized backgrounds, have little protection from abuse or wrongful prosecution. Legal aid is difficult to access, and the system is slow and often biased against outsiders. Apostasy and religious conversion. While India does not criminalize apostasy, conversion from Islam to Christianity can provoke violent backlash from diaspora communities, and the legal system is often slow or unwilling to intervene in. Community matters. International intervention. In cases of extreme abuse or wrongful prosecution, international organizations, UN, human rights groups, may intervene, but only after significant suffering and legal battles. Comparative table. Country. Legal system type. Key mechanisms of persecution. Legal recourse for victims. Sudan. Sharia plus customary law. Guardianship, forced marriage, honor violence, apostasy laws. Minimal to none. Law protects men. Saudi Arabia. Strict Sharia law. Guardianship, criminalization of escape/apostasy, obedience laws. None. Law enforcers' obedience. India. Secular/plural plus diaspora. Diaspora policing, corruption, fabricated charges, slow justice. Limited, possible with international aid. Key insights. Sudan and Saudi Arabia both use Sharia law to enforce patriarchal control, but Saudi Arabia's guardianship system is even more absolute, and the legal system is more centralized and punitive. India. While officially secular, the combination of diaspora, moral police, corruption, and weak protection for foreign women creates a different but equally dangerous environment for someone like Anas. Across all three, the legal systems are either complicit in or actively responsible for the suffering of women who challenge patriarchal, tribal, or religious norms. Legal recourse is minimal or non-existent, and international intervention is often the only hope for escape. Examples from the novel that illustrate how the legal systems in Sudan, Saudi Arabia, and India directly impact Anaz's suffering and persecution. Below are specific, cited examples from the text to show how law and legal institutions, or their absence, shape her ordeal in each country. Sudan. Law as patriarchal and religious enforcement. Forced marriage and guardianship. Inaz is forced by her family into marriage with her cousin Osama. The law allows her father to contract her marriage without her consent, and her objections are irrelevant. According to Islamic Sharia, a woman is utterly incompetent to enter into a marriage contract either herself or for another, even though her guardian should authorize her to do so. A father can contract the marriage of his virgin daughter with any man without asking her consent, whatever her age. Honor-based violence and legal impunity. When her father discovers her relationship with Tariq, he attempts to kill her in an honor attack. The law and society justify this. In Sudan, a father or a husband can beat his disobedient daughter or rebellious wife in the middle of the main street, and no one has the right to stop him from discipline his woman. Even the policemen have no right to interfere in such domestic violence. It is an absolute right granted by Allah the Almighty to his favorite creature, the man, which has been revealed in the divine book of Muslims, the Holy Quran, in Surah Al-Nisa 4, verse 34-inch. Apostasy law. When Inaz converts to Christianity, she faces the death penalty for apostasy. Apostasy, or leaving Islam, is punishable by death or severe social and legal consequences. Inaz's conversion to Christianity triggers attempts at forced repatriation, legal persecution, and threats of execution. The legal systems in Sudan are depicted as complicit in perpetuating oppression, often through corruption, torture, and denial of due process. Saudi Arabia, Sharia, guardianship, and criminalization of female autonomy. Guardianship and imprisonment. After her marriage, Inaz is locked in her husband's apartment, starved, and denied autonomy. The guardianship system in a Muslim country gives the man absolute control over his women, whether they are his wives, his daughters, or his sisters. The guardianship system treats the women as if they are incapacitated or disabled persons. It also treats them as minors or little children. According to that system, the woman can do nothing without the obtained permission of her husband, father, or brother. Criminalization of escape and disobedience. When Inaz tries to escape, she is arrested and charged with multiple offenses. She was caught while she is dressing up like a man. She tried to fool the authority at the Sudanese embassy by pretending to be a Sudanese boy who lost his passport and hence demanded reissue of a new passport. For each and every one of those offenses, there is a severe corporal punishment by the Islamic Sharia law, which has been drawn from the Holy Quran of Allah and the blessed Sunnah of His infallible Prophet Muhammad. No legal protection from abuse. After being raped and abused, Inaz is unable to seek help. Physical abuse such as beating or raping are not considered sufficient grounds for the wife to desert her husband. Islam allows the husband to beat his rebellious wife and also to rape her if she refuses to allow him to fuck her pussy or sodomize her anus. India. Diaspora policing, corruption, and institutional betrayal. Diaspora, moral police, and forced marriage. In India, the Sudanese student community acts as an extra-legal police force. The Sudanese student community in India acts as moral police, enforcing conformity through surveillance, violence, and ostracism. They are a collective antagonist, representing the broader forces of social control and intolerance. Fabricated charges and police abuse. Inaz is falsely accused of drug trafficking and imprisoned. Inaz is falsely accused of drug trafficking and other crimes by corrupt authorities in India, leading to her imprisonment, torture, and rape by a high-ranking police official. These charges are fabricated to justify her detention and possible extradition. Lack of legal protection for foreign women. When Inaz is detained, she is denied due process and subjected to torture. She is subjected to repeated physical abuse, locked in the apartment, starved, and denied autonomy. Her attempts to escape are met with threats of violence and further imprisonment. The legal system does not recognize marital rape or domestic violence as crimes. Women who report abuse are often punished themselves, and the law is used to enforce obedience rather than protect victims. International intervention as last resort. Ultimately, Inaz is only saved through the intervention of the UN and international human rights activists. Inaz's plight garners international attention, leading to interventions by the UN and human rights activists. She is eventually granted refugee status and, after a series of harrowing escapes and legal battles, is resettled in Canada with Joseph and their children. Summary table of legal system examples. Country. Example from novel. Citation. Sudan. Forced marriage without consent. Honor-based violence justified by law. Apostasy punishable by death. Saudi Arabia. Guardianship system. Criminalization of escape/disobedience. No legal protection from abuse. India. Diaspora, moral police, fabricated criminal charges, torture and rape by police. International rescue. A comparison of Inaz's relationships with the three main characters in the novel, Tariq, Osama, and Joseph. Here's a structured analysis based on the content of Inaz and the two unmarriageable lovers. Book 1. A novel by Dr. A. Ahmed. 1. Inaz and Tariq. The Forbidden, Tragic Love. Nature of relationship. Tariq is Inaz's first lover, a Sudanese Muslim of African, Fur, descent. Their relationship begins as a secret, youthful romance in Sudan, marked by excitement, but also by the knowledge that it is forbidden due to deep-seated racial and tribal prejudice. Their love is passionate and emotionally intense, but always shadowed by insecurity and a sense of doom. They are unmarriageable lovers from the start. Conflict. The main conflict is external. Family, community, and religious authorities violently oppose their relationship. They are forced into a secret marriage under duress, and their love is repeatedly tested by violence, separation, and betrayal. Tarek is both a victim of social exclusion and, at times, an antagonist as his pain turns to resentment. Development and outcome. Over time, Tarek's love becomes tinged with bitterness and resentment, especially after Anaza's conversion to Christianity and her eventual marriage to Joseph. Tarek transitions from hopeful lover to a wounded, sometimes vengeful outsider. Their relationship ends in loss and unresolved pain, symbolizing the destructive power of racism and exclusion. Symbolism. Their love is a cautionary tale about the tragedy of love thwarted by societal barriers and the corrosive effects of internalized oppression. 2. Inaz and Osama, the arranged, abusive marriage. Nature of relationship. Osama is Inaz's cousin and first arranged husband, chosen by her family for tribal and religious reasons. There is no genuine emotional or romantic bond between them. The marriage is seen as ideal by her family due to compatibility, not affection. Conflict. The marriage is never consummated due to Osama's hidden homosexuality and impotence. Inaz discovers Osama in a sexual relationship with a Saudi man. She is subjected to emotional neglect, physical abuse, and eventually, sexual violence by others as a result of Osama's actions. She is kept under house arrest, isolated, and denied autonomy. Development and outcome. The marriage represents the destructive power of patriarchal, tribal, and religious systems that deny women autonomy and perpetuate cycles of abuse. Inaz is treated as property, her suffering justified by her family and community as necessary for family honor and religious conformity. The marriage ends in trauma, isolation, and ongoing danger for Inaz. Symbolism. This relationship symbolizes oppression, loss of self, and the trauma of forced loveless union rooted in patriarchal and tribal control. 3. Inaz and Joseph, the chosen, healing partnership. Nature of relationship. Joseph is an Ethiopian Christian medical student whom Inaz meets in India after her traumatic experiences with Tarek and Osama. Their relationship develops gradually, beginning with compassion and friendship, and deepening into a partnership based on mutual respect and solidarity. Conflict. Their relationship also faces external threats, religious intolerance, violence, and persecution, but they face these as partners. Joseph stands by Inaz through her conversion, legal battles, and eventual resettlement as refugees. Development and outcome. Their love grows stronger through adversity, culminating in marriage, parenthood, and a new life together in Canada. Joseph's unwavering loyalty and compassion are central to Inaz's survival and transformation. Their marriage is a partnership of equals, marked by resilience and hope. Symbolism. This relationship embodies the possibility of love as resistance, healing, and transformation. It is a testament to the power of chosen love, partnership, and resilience, offering hope and new beginnings despite relentless adversity. Comparative table. Aspect. Inaz and Tarek. Inaz and Osama. Inaz and Joseph. Foundation. Forbidden, passionate, tragic. Arranged, forced, no love. Chosen, mutual love and respect. Agency. Limited by societal barriers. No agency, obedience to family. Full agency, personal choice. Emotional climate. Insecurity, longing, bitterness. Abuse, neglect, trauma. Healing, support, partnership. Social context. Racial/tribal/religious prejudice. patriarchal, tribal, religious. Cross-cultural, solidarity, resistance. Outcome: tragic loss, unresolved pain. Trauma, isolation, ongoing danger. Growth, hope, new beginnings. Symbolism: tragedy of exclusion, pain of injustice. Oppression, loss of self. Resilience, hope, voice for oppressed. Summary: Tariq represents the tragedy of forbidden love destroyed by racism and social exclusion. Osama embodies the trauma of forced loveless marriage and the destructive power of patriarchal and tribal systems. Joseph stands for healing, chosen love, and the possibility of hope and new beginnings through solidarity and partnership. Each relationship shapes Inaz's journey from victimhood to agency and from oppression to resilience and hope. How Inaz's relationships with Tariq, Osama, and Joseph reflect broader societal issues. I'll answer by drawing directly from the novel's content and analysis. How Inaz's relationships reflect societal issues. 1. Tariq: racism, tribalism, and social exclusion. Societal issue: Inaz's relationship with Tariq is forbidden not because of personal incompatibility, but because of entrenched racial and tribal hierarchies in Sudanese and broader Arab society. Tariq, though wealthy and of good character, is considered unmarriageable because he is from the Fur tribe and is black, while Inaz's family is Arab and claims noble lineage. Their love is condemned by both family and community, leading to violence, forced separation, and social ostracism. Reflection: this relationship exposes the destructive power of racism and tribalism, showing how social exclusion and prejudice can destroy genuine human connection and perpetuate cycles of pain and resentment. It also highlights how community surveillance and moral policing enforce conformity and punish those who cross social boundaries. 2. Osama: patriarchy, gender oppression, and forced marriage. Societal issue: Inaz's marriage to Osama is arranged by her family, reflecting the patriarchal authority that governs women's lives in her society. She has no agency in the decision, and her consent is not considered necessary. The marriage is justified by tribal and religious compatibility, not love or personal choice. Osama's hidden homosexuality and subsequent abuse further reveal the dangers of forced marriage and the lack of legal or social recourse for women in abusive situations. Reflection: this relationship illustrates how patriarchal systems use marriage as a tool of control, suppressing women's autonomy and subjecting them to violence, isolation, and trauma. It also shows how women are expected to sacrifice their happiness and well-being for family honor and social conformity, and how legal and religious institutions often fail to protect them. 3. Joseph: religious intolerance, apostasy, and solidarity. Societal issue: Inaz's relationship with Joseph, an Ethiopian Christian, crosses both religious and national boundaries. Her conversion to Christianity and marriage to Joseph provoke severe backlash, including threats of death, legal persecution, and attempts at forced repatriation and execution for apostasy. Their partnership is built on mutual respect and solidarity, and they face persecution together as a team. Reflection: this relationship highlights the dangers of religious intolerance and the lack of freedom to choose or change one's faith in conservative societies. It also demonstrates the power of cross-cultural solidarity and resistance in the face of oppression, as well as the possibility of hope and healing through chosen love and partnership. Summary table: societal issues reflected in each relationship. Relationship: societal issues highlighted. How it's reflected in the story. Inaz and Tariq. Racism, tribalism, social exclusion, community surveillance. Forbidden love, violence, forced separation, moral policing, internalized oppression. Inaz and Osama. Patriarchy, gender oppression, forced marriage, legal injustice. Arranged marriage, lack of agency, abuse, isolation, trauma, family honor, complicity of legal/religious systems. Inaz and Joseph. Religious intolerance, apostasy, cross-cultural solidarity. Conversion, persecution, threats of death, partnership in adversity, hope through solidarity and chosen love. Key insights. Intersectionality. Inaz's suffering is compounded by intersecting forces: gender, religion, race, and migration status. Each relationship exposes a different facet of how these forces operate in her life and in society. Agency versus oppression. The progression of Inaz's relationships, from forbidden love to forced marriage to chosen partnership, mirrors her journey from victimhood to agency and from oppression to resistance and hope. Critique of institutions. The novel critiques not only individuals, but also the legal, religious, and social institutions that perpetuate injustice, showing how they often collude to suppress autonomy and punish dissent. In summary, Inaz's relationships with Tariq, Osama, and Joseph are not just personal stories. They are vehicles for exploring and critiquing the societal issues of racism, patriarchy, religious intolerance, and the abuse of power. Through her experiences, the novel exposes the deep-rooted systems that oppress women and minorities, while also highlighting the possibilities of resistance, solidarity, and transformation. Direct examples from the novel that show how Inaz's relationships with Tariq, Osama, and Joseph reflect societal issues. Here are specific passages and narrative moments from Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers. Book 1. A novel by Dr. A. Ahmed that illustrate these themes. 1. Inaz and Tariq. Racism, tribalism, and social exclusion. Racial and tribal barriers. They knew and understood that her parents would never allow her to marry a boy like Tariq. They may permit her to marry a dog or a pig, but not a boy of Tariq's family background. Tariq's father is from Darfur and his mother is from the Nuba Mountains. Even though his father is one of the 5 richest men in the capital city of Sudan, still her parents are not going to agree to such a marriage. Community surveillance and violence. The Sudanese student community in India acts as moral police, enforcing conformity through surveillance, violence, and ostracism. They are a collective antagonist, representing the broader forces of social control and intolerance. Painful separation and internalized oppression. Their love is solid as iron, but their commitment as potential future husband and wife is zero. Their problem has become insurmountable. Now it became a question of life and death. Those terrorist students threatened the life of the lover Tariq and banished him to a far city and turned the life of his girlfriend Inaz into a living hell. 2. Inaz and Osama. Patriarchy, gender oppression, and forced marriage. Arranged marriage and lack of agency. Osama is also a good student. He is studying and working hard for his master's degree in business administration at Khartoum University. Osama is in his final year when his beautiful fiancée Inaz left Sudan and traveled to India. Inaz is not in love with her cousin, but accepted his betrothal because her father and mother chose Osama, who is from among her many cousins. No girl in Sudan can choose her life partner. It is a rarity that a love relationship between a boy and a girl can end up in marriage. Legal and religious justification for forced marriage. There is no court marriage in Sudan, so the lovers cannot rebel and get married without the consent of their parents. Besides that, the Prophet Muhammad said, if any Muslim girl gets married without her father or wali, she is an adulteress. Based on the decision of the founder of Islam, who is considered by all Muslims of the world as an infallible prophet of God, no Islamic marriage contract can be recognized without the consent and signature of the bride's father or another guardian, such as her brother, grandfather, or any of her uncles. Abuse and isolation. The marriage was never consummated due to Osama's hidden homosexuality and impotence. Inaz discovered Osama in a sexual relationship with a Saudi man. She was subjected to emotional neglect, physical abuse, and eventually, sexual violence by others as a result of Osama's actions, including being gambled away and raped by others. Imprisonment and social pressure. Inaz was kept under house arrest, isolated from her family and friends, and denied autonomy. Her attempts to escape or seek help were met with further violence and threats. 3. Inaz and Joseph. Religious intolerance, apostasy, and solidarity. Religious conversion and persecution. After enduring violence, betrayal, and disillusionment with her family and faith, Inaz converts to Christianity, influenced by her relationship with Joseph. This act of apostasy puts her life in grave danger and triggers a new wave of persecution. Solidarity and healing. Joseph is consistently portrayed as deeply empathetic, offering unwavering emotional and practical support to Inaz through her ordeals. He is one of the few people who believes her story, stands by her during persecution, and risks his own safety for her. Facing danger together, their relationship is built on mutual respect, solidarity, and shared suffering. Joseph's unwavering support is crucial to Inaz's survival and growth. Hope and new beginnings. Their journey ends with the creation of a new family and life in a safer, more just environment, having helped Inaz reclaim her dignity and future. Summary table of direct examples. Relationship. Societal issues. Direct examples from the novel. Inaz and Tariq. Racism, tribalism, social exclusion. They knew and understood that her parents would never allow her to marry a boy like Tariq. Tariq's father is from Darfur and his mother is from the Nuba Mountains. Even though his father is one of the 5 richest men in the capital city of Sudan, still her parents are not going to agree to such a marriage. The Sudanese student community in India acts as moral police, enforcing conformity through surveillance, violence, and ostracism. Inaz and Osama. Patriarchy, gender oppression, forced marriage. Inaz is not in love with her cousin, but accepted his betrothal because her father and mother chose Osama, who is from among her many cousins. No girl in Sudan can choose her life partner. The marriage was never consummated due to Osama's hidden homosexuality and impotence. Inaz discovered Osama in a sexual relationship with a Saudi man. She was subjected to emotional neglect, physical abuse, and eventually, sexual violence by others as a result of Osama's actions. Inaz and Joseph. Religious intolerance, apostasy, solidarity. After enduring violence, betrayal, and disillusionment with her family and faith, Inaz converts to Christianity, influenced by her relationship with Joseph. This act of apostasy puts her life in grave danger and triggers a new wave of persecution. Joseph is consistently portrayed as deeply empathetic, offering unwavering emotional and practical support to Inaz through her ordeals. These direct examples from the novel show how Inaz's relationships are not just personal stories, but vivid illustrations of the societal forces, racism, patriarchy, religious intolerance, and the abuse of power that shape and often endanger women's lives. The author's overall message. The author, Dr. Ahmed, recounts Inaz Ahmed Sollah's experience to critique the oppression of women and minorities in societies shaped by strict Islamic interpretations, patriarchy, and racism. The novel is both a personal odyssey of survival and resistance and a broader social and religious critique. Key elements of the author's message. 1. Systemic oppression of women. The novel exposes the deep-seated misogyny and patriarchal control in Sudanese, Arab, and broader Muslim societies. Through Inaz's experiences, forced marriage, honor violence, rape, domestic abuse, and lack of autonomy, The author highlights how women are denied basic rights and are often treated as property, with their lives controlled by fathers, husbands, and religious authorities. 2. Racism and tribalism. A central theme is the destructive power of racism and tribal prejudice, particularly the rejection of relationships that cross racial or tribal boundaries. Inaza's love for Tariq, an African Sudanese Muslim, is forbidden by her Arab family, illustrating how social hierarchies and racism can destroy genuine human connection and perpetuate cycles of pain and resentment. 3. Religious intolerance and apostasy. The novel critiques the lack of religious freedom, especially for women. Inaza's conversion to Christianity and marriage to a Christian man provoke severe backlash, including threats of death, legal persecution, and attempts at forced repatriation and execution for apostasy. The author uses these events to highlight the dangers of religious intolerance and the lack of freedom to choose or change one's faith in conservative societies. 4. Abuse of power and corruption. The story details the corruption and abuse of power by authorities, police, religious leaders, diplomats in Sudan, India, and Saudi Arabia. These systems are depicted as complicit in, or directly responsible for, violence against women and minorities, often using legal and religious justifications to perpetuate injustice. 5. Exile, migration, and the refugee experience. Inaza's journey from Sudan to India, Saudi Arabia, and eventually Canada reflects the struggles of refugees and migrants, including the search for safety, identity, and belonging in hostile environments. The novel portrays the refugee experience as one marked by constant danger, betrayal, and the struggle to find a place of peace and safety. 6. Solidarity and resistance. Despite relentless persecution, Inaz survives through resilience, the support of a few allies, notably the Alexander family in India, and her own determination. The story emphasizes the importance of solidarity across religious and cultural lines in the fight against oppression. 7. Critique of religious and social institutions. The novel contains extended critiques of Islamic law, Sharia, the role of religious authorities, and the failure of both religious and secular institutions to protect the vulnerable or deliver justice. It references real-world cases of apostasy, honor killings, and the challenges faced by women's rights activists in the Muslim world. 8. Survival, resilience, and hope. Ultimately, the novel is a story of survival, resilience, and hope for a better life, symbolized by Inaza's eventual resettlement and raising up her children in a new country. The narrative acknowledges that threats from extremist networks persist even in the West, but it ends on a note of hope and the ongoing struggle for dignity and freedom. An analysis of the impacts of the relationships on Inaz with the three men, Tariq, Osama, and Joseph, in the novel Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers. Book 1. A novel by Dr. A. Ahmed. Drawing directly from the detailed narrative and analysis in the novel to provide a nuanced, evidence-based exploration of how each relationship shaped Inaz's life, identity, and trajectory. 1. Inaz and Tariq, the forbidden, tragic love. Nature of relationship. Tariq is Inaz's first lover, a Sudanese Muslim of Crow-African, for tribe, descent. Their relationship begins as a secret, youthful romance in Sudan, marked by excitement, but also by the knowledge that it is forbidden due to deep-seated racial and tribal prejudice. Their love is passionate and emotionally intense, but always shadowed by insecurity and a sense of doom. They are unmarriageable lovers from the start. Impact on Inaz. Emotional awakening. Tariq is the first to awaken Inaz's sense of romantic love and longing for genuine connection. Their bond is rooted in shared marginalization and the thrill of defiance. Victim of social control. The relationship exposes Inaz to the full force of community surveillance, violence, and ostracism. She is physically attacked, forced into a secret marriage, and ultimately separated from Tariq under threat of death. Internalized oppression, the impossibility of their union due to racism and tribalism, instills in Inaz a sense of powerlessness and internal conflict. She is forced to choose between her heart and her family's expectations, leading to trauma and a deep sense of loss. Catalyst for resistance. The suffering and injustice she experiences with Tariq become a catalyst for her later resistance to patriarchal and racist norms. The pain of this relationship shapes her resolve to seek autonomy and justice. Summary: Tariq's relationship with Inaz is a symbol of the destructive power of racism and exclusion. It is passionate but ultimately tragic, marked by unfulfilled longing and the corrosive effects of internalized oppression. Their relationship is a casualty of societal prejudice, and both are left with scars. Inaz finds agency and hope elsewhere, while Tariq is left with loss and bitterness. 2. Inaz and Osama, the arranged, abusive marriage. Nature of relationship. Osama is Inaz's cousin and first arranged husband, chosen by her family for tribal and religious reasons. There is no genuine emotional or romantic bond between them. The marriage is seen as ideal by her family due to compatibility, not affection. Impact on Inaz. Loss of agency. Inaz is denied any say in her marriage to Osama, reflecting the total control of patriarchal and tribal authority over women's lives. Her consent is irrelevant, and her suffering is justified by family and community in the name of honor. Trauma and abuse. The marriage is never consummated due to Osama's hidden homosexuality and impotence. Inaz is subjected to emotional neglect, physical abuse, and eventually, sexual violence by others as a result of Osama's actions, including being gambled away and raped by others. Isolation and imprisonment. She is kept under house arrest, isolated from her family and friends, and denied autonomy. Her attempts to escape or seek help are met with further violence and threats. Deepening disillusionment. The trauma of this marriage deepens Inaz's disillusionment with her family, her society, and the religious and legal systems that fail to protect her. It pushes her further towards seeking her own path and ultimately, her conversion. Summary: Osama's marriage to Inaz is a tragic example of forced, loveless union rooted in patriarchal and tribal control, resulting in trauma and loss of self. It represents the destructive power of systems that deny women autonomy and perpetuate cycles of abuse. 3. Inaz and Joseph, the chosen, healing partnership. Nature of relationship. Joseph is an Ethiopian Christian medical student whom Inaz meets in India after her traumatic experiences with Tariq and Osama. Their relationship develops gradually, beginning with compassion and friendship, and deepening into a partnership based on mutual respect and solidarity. Impact on Inaz. Healing and restoration. Joseph is a source of healing and hope for Inaz. His unwavering support helps her recover from trauma, reclaim her agency, and find the strength to resist further oppression. Empowerment and agency. Unlike her previous relationships, Inaz actively chooses Joseph as her partner. Their marriage is built on mutual respect, emotional support, and shared suffering. Inaz's conversion to Christianity and marriage to Joseph are acts of self-determination. Solidarity and resistance. Together, they face violence, ostracism, and legal threats, but their partnership allows both to grow. Inaz from victim to survivor and activist, and Joseph from supporter to protector and healer. Hope and new beginnings. Their union ultimately leads to their resettlement as refugees in Canada, symbolizing hope, survival, and the possibility of a new life built on love and solidarity. Summary: Joseph's relationship with Inaz represents the possibility of love as resistance, healing, and transformation. It is a partnership that transcends boundaries of race, religion, and culture, and is built on mutual respect, solidarity, and the pursuit of justice. Their union is a counterpoint to the trauma of Anaza's earlier relationships. Comparative table. Impacts of each relationship. Aspect. Tariq, first lover. Osama, arranged husband. Joseph, chosen husband. Foundation. Forbidden, passionate, tragic. Arranged, forced, no love. Chosen, mutual love and respect. Agency. Limited by societal barriers. No agency, obedience to family. Full agency, personal choice. Emotional climate. Insecurity, longing, bitterness. Abuse, neglect, trauma. Healing, support, partnership. Social context. Racial/tribal/religious prejudice. Patriarchal, tribal, religious. Cross-cultural solidarity. Outcome. Tragic loss, unresolved pain. Trauma, isolation, ongoing danger. Growth, hope, new beginnings. Symbolism. Tragedy of exclusion, pain of injustice. Oppression, loss of self. Resilience, hope, voice for oppressed. Conclusion. The relationships with Tariq, Osama, and Joseph each leave a profound mark on Anaza's life. Tariq introduces her to love and loss and the pain of social exclusion, fueling her later resistance. Osama embodies the trauma of forced marriage and patriarchal abuse, deepening her resolve to seek freedom. Joseph offers healing, partnership, and the hope of a new beginning, empowering Inaz to reclaim her voice and agency. Together, these relationships chart Inaz's journey from victimhood to agency and from oppression to resilience and hope. A discussion of Inaz's journey from victimhood to agency. Using the detailed narrative and analysis from the novel to trace this transformation, highlighting key stages, turning points, and the significance of her evolution. Inaz's journey from victimhood to agency. 1. Early victimhood, family, society, and patriarchy. Childhood and family control. Inaz is born into a strict Arab Muslim family in Sudan, where her father is a patriarchal authority and her mother is complicit in enforcing tradition. From an early age, Inaz is denied autonomy over her education, relationships, and body. Her engagement and marriage are arranged without her genuine consent, and her attempts at independence are met with violence and confinement. Victim of social and legal oppression, the legal and cultural systems in Sudan, Saudi Arabia, and India reinforce her victimhood. She is forced into marriages, subjected to house arrest, and denied legal recourse against abuse. Her suffering is justified by family and community in the name of honor and religious conformity. 2. Escalating abuse and trauma. Forced and abusive marriages. Inaz's marriage to Osama is arranged and loveless, marked by emotional neglect, physical abuse, and sexual violence. Her relationship with Tariq, though loving, is violently opposed by her community, leading to attacks and threats of honor killing. Isolation and betrayal. Inaz is repeatedly isolated by her family, by the Sudanese student community abroad, and by the legal systems that fail to protect her. She is betrayed by those who should support her, deepening her sense of powerlessness and victimhood. 3. Turning points, seeds of agency. Education and exposure. Inaz's opportunity to study medicine in India, granted by her progressive father, exposes her to new freedoms and ideas. Though she faces scrutiny and control from the Sudanese student community, this period plants the seeds of autonomy and critical thinking. Love and solidarity. Her relationships with Tariq and later Joseph force her to confront the limits of obedience and the cost of defiance. The support of allies. especially the Alexander family and Joseph, provides her with models of solidarity and resistance. 4. Transformation, from obedience to defiance. Conversion and open defiance. The pivotal moment in Inaz's journey is her conversion to Christianity, influenced by her relationship with Joseph and her disillusionment with Islam's treatment of women. This act of apostasy is a public rejection of the systems that have oppressed her, marking her transition from victim to agent of her own destiny. Speaking out and activism, Inaz becomes a voice against injustice, especially regarding the treatment of women in Muslim societies. Her speeches and debates reflect a growing commitment to exposing and challenging systemic abuse. She inspires others to question oppressive traditions and religious dogma. 5. Agency and survival. Resilience and resistance. Despite relentless persecution, imprisonment, torture, rape, and repeated attempts at forced repatriation, Inaz survives through resilience, the support of a few allies, and her own determination. She actively resists her oppressors, seeks asylum, and ultimately finds a measure of safety and hope in Canada. Symbol of change. Inaz's journey is not just personal. She becomes a symbol of resistance and hope for others. Her story sparks debate and even apostasy among other Sudanese students, highlighting her impact as a catalyst for change. Key stages and thematic summary. Stage. Description and significance. Victimhood. Controlled by family, forced into marriage, abused, isolated, denied agency. Trauma and betrayal. Experiences violence, betrayal by family/community, legal and social oppression. Exposure and seeds of agency. Education in India, exposure to new ideas, support from allies, questioning norms. Turning point. Conversion to Christianity, open defiance, reclaiming voice and identity. Transformation. From obedience to activism, speaking out, inspiring others, seeking justice. Agency and survival. Resilience, resistance, survival through solidarity, eventual safety and hope in Canada. Conclusion. Inaz's journey from victimhood to agency is marked by escalating abuse and trauma, but also by moments of awakening, solidarity, and courageous defiance. Her transformation is both personal and symbolic. She moves from being a passive victim of patriarchal, racist, and religiously intolerant systems to an active agent of change, reclaiming her voice, inspiring others, and embodying resilience and hope. A comparison between Inaz's journey from victimhood to agency and the journeys of other characters in the novel. Drawing directly from the novel's analysis and character arcs to highlight similarities, differences, and the significance of these parallel or contrasting journeys. Comparing Inaz's journey to other characters. 1. Inaz versus Joseph. Inaz begins as a dutiful, oppressed Sudanese Muslim woman, constrained by family, tribal, and religious expectations. Her journey is marked by escalating abuse, forced marriages, honor violence, sexual assault, and social ostracism. Through trauma and resistance, she transforms from a passive victim to a survivor and activist, speaking out against misogyny, racism, and religious intolerance. Gains agency, resilience, and a sense of purpose, becoming a symbol of resistance and hope for others. Her arc is marked by repeated trauma, but also by the reclamation of her voice and identity. Joseph starts as an Ethiopian Christian medical student in India, an outsider to both Sudanese and Indian communities. Faces racism, violence, and the threat of losing Inaz to both external, societal, legal, and internal, her trauma, doubts, forces. Grows from a supportive partner to a protector and advocate, sacrificing his own ambitions for Inaz's safety and well-being. His arc is defined by steadfast loyalty, patience, and the ability to forgive and heal, even when faced with betrayal or uncertainty. Becomes a model of cross-cultural solidarity and unconditional love. Key contrast: while Anaz's journey is about breaking free from oppression and reclaiming her voice, Joseph's is about steadfast love, sacrifice, and the healing power of solidarity across boundaries. Together, their journeys illustrate the power of partnership, resilience, and the pursuit of justice in the face of overwhelming adversity. 2. Inaz versus Tariq. Tariq begins as a sensitive, passionate Sudanese Muslim of African descent, for tribe, aware of his unmarriageable status due to racism and tribalism. Endures repeated rejection and violence due to his race and background, which leaves him emotionally scarred and sometimes resentful. His love for Inaz is genuine, but he is repeatedly reminded by her family and society that he is unmarriageable. The loss of Inaz to another man and her conversion to Christianity become turning points, fueling his sense of betrayal and motivating vengeful actions. Moves from hopeful lover to disillusioned outsider, and eventually to a reluctant antagonist. Key contrast: Inaz transforms from a passive victim to a survivor and activist, while Tariq's arc is about the destructive power of racism and exclusion, the tragedy of unfulfilled love, and the corrosive effects of internalized oppression and resentment. Their arcs intersect in love and shared suffering, but ultimately diverge. Inaz finds agency and hope, while Tariq is left with loss and bitterness. 3. Inaz versus Osama. Osama. Inaz's cousin and first arranged husband, chosen by her family for tribal and religious reasons. The marriage is loveless, marked by emotional neglect, physical abuse, and sexual violence. Osama is later revealed to be gay and abusive, further complicating Inaz's suffering. His arc is less about personal transformation and more about being a product of patriarchal and tribal systems that deny women autonomy and perpetuate cycles of abuse. Key contrast: while Osama remains trapped in the roles and expectations imposed by his society, Inaz breaks free, seeking autonomy and dignity. Osama's lack of agency and inability to confront or change his circumstances serve as a foil to Inaz's eventual empowerment. 4. Inaz versus her parents, Ahmed and Siham Sulla. Ahmed Sulla, father, embodies patriarchal authority, enforcing family honor, tribalism, and religious conformity. Repeatedly attempts to control Inaz's life, including through violence and attempted honor killings. His love is conditional. He only accepts Inaz when she is obedient and upholds the family's reputation. Siham Sulla, mother, enforces patriarchal and tribal norms, often out of fear or internalized beliefs. Rarely offers support or protection to Inaz, instead siding with her husband or remaining passive in the face of his violence. Key contrast: both parents represent the forces of control, conditional love, and betrayal that Inaz must overcome. Their inability to change or question the systems they uphold contrasts sharply with Inaz's journey towards self-determination and resistance. 5. Inaz versus the Alexander family. Alexander family. Indian Christian allies who help Inaz and Joseph escape persecution in India. Provide shelter, legal help, and emotional support. Symbolize the power of solidarity across religious and cultural lines and the importance of compassion in the face of oppression. Key contrast: while Inaz's family and community enforce conformity and punish deviation, the Alexander family models compassion, risk, and cross-cultural solidarity. Their support is crucial to Inaz's survival and transformation. Summary table: character arcs and journeys. Character. Starting point. Main struggle. Turning point. growth/outcome. Symbolism/contrast. Inaz. Obedient, oppressed. Against patriarchy, racism, religion. Conversion, activism. Survivor, activist, hope. Agency, resistance. Joseph. Outsider, compassionate. Against racism, injustice, loss. Protector role, sacrifice. Healer, solidarity, family. Love, loyalty, partnership. Tarek. Hopeful, loving, marginalized. Against racism, exclusion, loss. Loss of Inaz, betrayal. Bitterness, resignation. Tragedy of exclusion. Osama. Arranged, closeted, abusive. Trapped by patriarchy, sexuality. Marriage breakdown. No growth, perpetuates abuse. Product of oppressive system. Parents. Patriarchal, controlling. Enforcing tradition, honor. Inaz's defiance. No change, conditional love. Forces of control/betrayal. Alexander. Compassionate, supportive. Risking safety for others. Helping Inaz/Joseph escape. Solidarity, cross-cultural. Compassion, hope, resistance. Conclusion. Inaz's journey from victimhood to agency stands out for its transformation, resilience, and impact on others. Compared to other characters, she moves from obedience and trauma to resistance and activism. Others, like Joseph, grow through love and solidarity. Tarek and Osama remain trapped or become antagonists. Her parents and community enforce the very systems she ultimately challenges. The Alexander family and Joseph represent the possibility of healing, hope, and cross-cultural solidarity. Inaz's arc is both unique and emblematic, a personal odyssey and a broader critique of the systems that oppress women and minorities. A comparison of how the physical appearance of Inaz's two unmarriageable lovers, Tarek, often called a black crow by Sudanese society, and Joseph, described as a white peacock, affected her relationships with each of them. Here's a detailed analysis based on the novel Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers. Book 1. A novel by Dr. A. Ahmed. 1. Tarek, the Black Crow and the Weight of Racial Prejudice. Social perception and stigma. Tarek is repeatedly described by Sudanese society as a black crow, a term loaded with racial prejudice. He is of African, Fur, descent, and despite his wealth and good character, his dark skin and tribal background make him unmarriageable in the eyes of Inaz's Arab family and community. Impact on the relationship. Internalized insecurity. The constant reminders of his unmarriageable status due to his looks and background create deep insecurity in Tarek. He is aware that, no matter his virtues, he will never be accepted as a legitimate suitor for Inaz. This insecurity shapes his behavior, making him sometimes passive and later, as the relationship deteriorates, resentful and wounded. Social ostracism and violence. Their relationship is violently opposed by both family and the broader Sudanese community, leading to physical attacks, forced separation, and public shaming. The racialized insults and violence are directly tied to Tarek's appearance and identity. Barrier to commitment. Both Inaz and Tarek know from the start that their love cannot lead to marriage. The Black Crow label is not just a private insult, but a public barrier, making any future together impossible in their society's eyes. Emotional consequences. The pain of exclusion and the impossibility of their union lead to bitterness and, eventually, to Tarek's transformation from hopeful lover to a wounded, sometimes vengeful outsider. 2. Joseph, the White Peacock and the Allure of Difference. Social perception and idealization. Joseph is described as a white peacock, symbolizing exceptional beauty, rarity, and a kind of exotic allure. He is an Ethiopian Christian, and his striking appearance is noted by both men and women in the novel. Sudanese students in India call him Sayyidina Yusuf al-Jamil, our beautiful Joseph, and he is admired, even lusted after, by many. Impact on the relationship. Curiosity and admiration. Joseph's looks initially draw attention and curiosity, including from Inaz. His beauty is a source of fascination, but unlike with Tariq, it does not carry the same stigma or social penalty for Inaz, at least not in the same way. Instead, it is his religious difference, being Christian, that becomes the main social barrier, not his appearance. Positive association. The white peacock image is associated with healing, hope, and new beginnings. Joseph's beauty is not a source of shame or exclusion for Inaz, but rather becomes part of the attraction and the sense of possibility in their relationship. Social backlash. Different source. While Inaz faces hostility for her relationship with Joseph, the backlash is rooted in religious and cultural difference rather than racialized contempt for his appearance. His looks, if anything, make him more visible and perhaps more envied, but not unmarriageable in the same way as Tariq. Emotional consequences. The relationship with Joseph is characterized by mutual respect, healing, and partnership. His beauty is part of the new life and hope that Inaz finds with him, contrasting sharply with the pain and exclusion associated with Tariq. 3. Comparative effects on Inaz relationships. Aspect. Tariq, Black Crow. Joseph, White Peacock. Social perception. Racially stigmatized, unmarriageable. Admired, exoticized, ideal beauty. Barrier. Race/tribe/skin color. Religion/culture. Impact on Inaz. Shame, insecurity, social violence, impossible future. Admiration, hope, healing, possibility of new life. Relationship outcome. Tragic, marked by loss and bitterness. Transformative, marked by healing and partnership. Symbolism. Pain of exclusion, tragedy of racism. Hope, resilience, cross-cultural solidarity. Key insights. Looks as social markers. In Sudanese and Arab society, skin color and racial features are not just personal attributes, but powerful social markers that determine who is considered marriageable. Tariq's dark skin and African features make him a target of racism and exclusion, shaping his relationship with Inaz into one of doomed longing and pain. In contrast, Joseph's beauty is admired and even idealized, but it is his religious identity that becomes the main barrier. Internalization and agency. The way society views each lover deeply affects Inaz's own sense of self and agency. With Tariq, she internalizes shame and impossibility. With Joseph, she finds the courage to choose, to heal, and to build a new life. Transformation of love. The black crow and white peacock metaphors are not just about looks. They encapsulate the broader social forces of racism, colorism, and cultural prejudice that shape the possibilities and limits of love in Inaz's world. In summary, the looks of Tariq and Joseph profoundly affect Inaz's relationships with them, but in opposite ways. Tariq's appearance becomes a source of stigma and tragedy, while Joseph's beauty is associated with hope and transformation. These dynamics reveal how deeply personal relationships are shaped by the intersection of race, color, culture, and social prejudice in the novel. Direct quotes from the novel Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers. Book 1. A novel by Dr. A. Ahmed that illustrate how the looks of Inaz's two unmarriageable lovers, Tariq, the Black Crow, and Joseph, the White Peacock, affected her relationships with them. Below are selected passages from the novel that directly address this theme. 1. Tariq, the Black Crow. On Tariq's appearance and social stigma. She knew and understood that her parents would never allow her to marry a boy like Tariq. They may permit her to marry a dog or a pig, but not a boy of Tariq's family background. Tariq's father is from Darfur and his mother is from the Nuba Mountains. Even though his father is one of the 5 richest men in the capital city of Sudan, still her parents are not going to agree to such a marriage. On the label, Black Crow. Inaz is facing heavy persecution because she fell in love with a black Sudanese boy who is having a fur father and a Nobawiya mother. Moreover, his father is called by everybody in Khartoum the Karabi man. Such a union between a pure Arab girl as Inaz and a black Karabi boy like Tariq, it is impossible to happen, and if it happens it is a rarity. On the emotional impact. Their love is solid as iron, but their commitment as potential future husband and wife is zero. The Arab girl Inaz time and again told her African boyfriend Tariq that her virginity is belonging to her fiancé Osama. Tariq respected the decision of his beloved Inaz and became content with the physical enjoyment he always used to have from her body when they were in Khartoum. 2. Joseph, the White Peacock. On Joseph's appearance and social perception. In India, in the city of Bombay, some Sudanese students saw a handsome Ethiopian boy and they are struck by his marvelous beauty and therefore began to call him Sayyidina Yusuf, which means our beautiful Master Yusuf. Some of them are lusting after his remarkable beauty and some tried to go ahead and entice him into sexual deals. Nevertheless, the handsome Ethiopian boy is not gay and hence he frustrated all their efforts. On Joseph's relationship with Inaz. Her new lover is also called Sayyidina Yusuf al-Jamil, or our lovely Prophet Joseph. In that wonderful friendship, the lovely girl Inaz one day said to her handsome boyfriend Joseph, "I wish we were living on a faraway planet in another galaxy far from our Milky Way and planet Earth. An island that is not inhabited by anyone except us and us alone." On the contrast with Tariq. Her former African lover Tariq was called by everyone the ugly black Sudanese crow and her new Ethiopian lover is called by her country people the beautiful white Indian peacock. 3. Direct comparison and social commentary. On the social meaning of looks. Her new lover Joseph is called by her country people the beautiful white Indian peacock. Her new lover is also called Sayyidina Yusuf al-Jamil, or our lovely Prophet Joseph. Her former African lover Tariq was called by everyone the ugly black Sudanese crow. Her new lover is also called Sayyidina Yusuf al-Jamil, or our lovely Prophet Joseph. On the impact of racial prejudice. In Sudan, Arabs will never give their girls in marriage to Africans. That is racial discrimination. 4. Summary table from the novel. The novel itself provides a summary table contrasting the relationships. Aspect. Inaz and Tariq. Inaz and Joseph. Initial status. Hopeful, loving, but insecure and marginalized. Outsider, compassionate, seeking belonging. Main struggle. Against racism, social exclusion, and loss. Against racism, injustice, and loss. Symbolism. Pain of racial/social injustice, tragedy of exclusion. Love, loyalty, cross-cultural solidarity. These quotes directly illustrate how the looks and social perceptions of Tariq and Joseph shaped Inaz's relationships with them, and how these perceptions were deeply intertwined with issues of race, colorism, and social acceptance in the novel's world. The author's intent. Dr. Ahmed's intent is to expose and challenge the injustices and abuses perpetuated by patriarchal, racist, and religiously intolerant systems. Give voice to the struggles of women and minorities who are often silenced or marginalized. Encourage solidarity and resistance against oppression, showing that change is possible through courage, resilience, and the support of allies. Critique the complicity of legal, religious, and social institutions in perpetuating violence and injustice. Inspire hope for transformation, both personal and societal, even in the face of overwhelming adversity. Conclusion. The overall message is a call for empathy, justice, and reform. The novel is both a deeply personal story and a universal critique of systems that oppress women and minorities. It urges readers to recognize the interconnectedness of racism, patriarchy, and religious intolerance, and to support those who resist and seek freedom, dignity, and equality. How the author conveys themes through characters. 1. Inaz Ahmed Salah, protagonist. Embodiment of oppression and resistance. Inaz's journey is the primary vehicle for exploring the oppression of women under patriarchal, tribal, and religious systems. Her experiences, forced marriage, honor violence, rape, domestic abuse, and lack of autonomy, are depicted in detail, making her suffering both personal and representative of many women in similar societies. Transformation and agency. The author shows Inaz's transformation from a dutiful, obedient daughter to a survivor and activist. Her gradual assertion of agency, seeking education, resisting forced marriages, converting to Christianity, and ultimately fighting for her dignity, illustrates the theme of resilience and the possibility of change even in the face of overwhelming adversity. Intersectionality. Inaz's relationships with her family, lovers, and community highlight the intersection of gender, race, religion, and migration status in shaping her oppression and her struggle for freedom. 2. Tariq Harun Al-Ajabo, first lover. Victim of racism and social exclusion, Tariq's character is used to expose the deep-seated racism and tribalism within Sudanese and broader Arab societies. Despite his wealth and good character, he is deemed unmarriageable because of his African heritage. His relationship with Inaz is passionate but doomed, showing how social prejudice can destroy genuine love and leave lasting scars. Bitterness and internalized oppression. As Tariq faces repeated rejection and violence, his pain turns to resentment and, at times, antagonism. This arc demonstrates the corrosive effects of internalized oppression and the tragedy of unfulfilled love due to societal barriers. 3. Joseph Abraha, second lover and husband. Symbol of solidarity and healing, Joseph, an Ethiopian Christian, is portrayed as compassionate, loyal, and supportive. His relationship with Inaz is built on mutual respect and shared suffering. Through Joseph, the author explores the theme of cross-cultural solidarity and the healing power of love. Contrast to patriarchal norms, Joseph's unwavering support and willingness to sacrifice for Inaz stand in stark contrast to the patriarchal and abusive behaviors of other male characters. He helps Inaz reclaim her agency and hope, embodying the possibility of partnership and justice across boundaries. 4. Osama Hashim Salah, first arranged husband. Product of patriarchal and tribal systems, Osama's marriage to Inaz is arranged for tribal and religious reasons, not love. His hidden homosexuality and abusive behavior further complicate Inaz's suffering, illustrating the destructive consequences of forced, loveless unions and the denial of women's agency. Cycle of abuse. Osama's actions, emotional neglect, physical abuse, and complicity in Inaz's further victimization highlight how patriarchal systems perpetuate cycles of trauma and control. 5. Ahmed Salah, father, and Siham Salah, mother. Enforcers of patriarchy and tradition, Inaz's father is depicted as a strict patriarch who uses violence to enforce family honor, tribalism, and religious conformity. Her mother, while also a victim of the system, is complicit in upholding these norms. Their actions, arranging marriages, enforcing obedience, and participating in honor violence, demonstrate how family can be both a source of trauma and a microcosm of broader societal oppression. 6. The Alexander family, allies in India. Agents of solidarity and compassion, the Indian Christian Alexander family risks their safety to help Inaz and Joseph escape persecution. Their support illustrates the theme of cross-cultural solidarity and the importance of compassion in resisting oppression. 7. Sudanese student community. Collective antagonist. The Sudanese student community in India acts as moral police, enforcing conformity through surveillance, violence, and ostracism. They represent the broader forces of social control and intolerance that target anyone who deviates from accepted norms. Techniques used by the author. Detailed character arcs. The author provides in-depth backgrounds, motivations, and transformations for major characters, allowing readers to see how personal choices and societal pressures interact. Contrasts and parallels. By juxtaposing characters like Joseph and Tariq or Inaz and Osama, the author highlights the impact of societal expectations on individual destinies and the different forms love, loyalty, and resistance can take. Direct dialogue and internal monologue. The novel uses dialogue and the inner thoughts of characters to reveal their struggles, doubts, and moments of courage, making the themes emotionally resonant. Symbolism. Characters are often used symbolically, Inaz as every woman, representing oppressed women, Joseph as hope and reconciliation, Tariq as the pain of exclusion, and Osama as the product of repressive systems. Narrative structure. The story's progression, from Sudan to India, Saudi Arabia, and Canada, mirrors Inaz's journey from oppression to agency and from victimhood to survival and advocacy. Summary table. Characters and themes. Character. Main themes conveyed through them. Inaz. Oppression, resistance, resilience, intersectionality. Tariq. Racism, social exclusion, internalized oppression. Joseph. Solidarity, healing, cross-cultural partnership. Osama. Patriarchy, forced marriage, abuse. Ahmed and Siham. Patriarchal enforcement, family trauma, complicity. Alexander family. Compassion, solidarity, cross-cultural support. Student community. Social control, collective enforcement of conformity. In summary, the author uses the characters' backgrounds, relationships, and personal journeys to embody and dramatize the novel's central themes. By making the characters' struggles vivid and multidimensional, the author not only critiques oppressive systems, but also celebrates the possibilities of resistance, solidarity, and hope. How the plot of the novel Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers develops the novel's central themes, such as oppression, racism, religious intolerance, abuse of power, resilience, and hope. Here's a detailed analysis, drawing directly from the novel's structure and events. How the plot develops the themes. 1. Oppression and patriarchy. Early life and family control. The plot begins with Inaz's upbringing in a strict Arab Muslim family in Sudan, where her father and mother enforce patriarchal and tribal norms. She is denied autonomy over her education, relationships, and body, and is forced into an arranged marriage. This sets the stage for the theme of women's oppression under patriarchal authority. Forced marriages and gender-based violence. Inaz is forced into a secret Islamic marriage with Tariq under threat of violence, and later into a disastrous marriage with her cousin Osama, who is abusive and secretly gay. These plot points highlight the lack of agency for women and the use of marriage as a tool of control. 2. Racism and tribalism. Forbidden love. Inaz's relationship with Tariq, a Sudanese Muslim of African descent, is forbidden by her Arab family due to deep-seated racism and tribal prejudice. The plot shows how love across racial and tribal lines is violently opposed, leading to social ostracism, physical attacks, and honor violence. Community surveillance. The Sudanese student community in India acts as moral police, enforcing conformity through surveillance, violence, and ostracism, further illustrating the destructive power of racism and social exclusion. 3. Religious intolerance and apostasy. Conversion and persecution. Inaza's conversion to Christianity, influenced by her relationship with Joseph, triggers a new wave of persecution, including threats of death, legal prosecution, and attempts at forced repatriation and execution for apostasy. The plot uses these events to critique the lack of religious freedom and the dangers of apostasy in conservative societies. 4. Abuse of power and corruption. Legal and institutional injustice. The plot details Inaza's false imprisonment, torture, and rape by corrupt police officials in India and Saudi Arabia, and the complicity of legal systems in perpetuating violence against women and minorities. These events expose the corruption and abuse of power by authorities. 5. Exile, migration, and the refugee experience. Flight and displacement. Inaza's journey from Sudan to India, Saudi Arabia, and eventually Canada, marked by repeated escapes, betrayals, and legal battles, reflects the struggles of refugees and migrants seeking safety and belonging in hostile environments. The plot's depiction of international intervention and eventual resettlement in Canada underscores the theme of exile and the search for home. 6. Solidarity and resistance. Allies and cross-cultural support. The Alexander family, an Indian Christian family, risks their safety to help Inaz and Joseph escape persecution. Their support, along with Joseph's steadfast love, demonstrates the importance of solidarity across religious and cultural lines in resisting oppression. Personal resilience. Despite relentless persecution, Inaz survives through her own determination and the support of a few allies, embodying the theme of resistance and hope. 7. Critique of religious and social institutions. Debates and speeches. The plot includes extended debates and speeches by Inaz critiquing the treatment of women in Islam, the history of Islamic violence, and the lack of reform within Muslim societies. These narrative elements allow the author to directly address and critique religious and social institutions. 8. Survival, resilience, and hope. Endurance and new beginnings. The plot follows Inaza's transformation from victim to survivor, culminating in her resettlement in Canada with Joseph and their children. The narrative ends with the acknowledgement that threats persist, but also with hope for a better life and ongoing struggle for dignity and freedom. Plot structure and thematic development. Escalating conflict. The plot is structured around escalating conflicts, first within the family, then the community, and finally with state and religious institutions. Each stage intensifies the themes of oppression, resistance, and the quest for autonomy. Turning points, key plot twists, forced marriages, conversion, false imprisonment, miraculous escapes, and international intervention serve as turning points that propel Inaza's journey from obedience to defiance and from victimhood to agency. Resolution. The story resolves with Inaz achieving a measure of freedom and justice, but also recognizing that the struggle against oppression is ongoing, both for herself and for others. Summary table. Plot events and themes. Plot event. Themes developed. Inaza's upbringing and forced marriage. Patriarchy, oppression, lack of agency. Love with Tariq and community backlash. Racism, tribalism, social exclusion, violence. Conversion to Christianity and persecution. Religious intolerance, apostasy, legal injustice. Imprisonment, torture, and rape. Abuse of power, corruption, gender-based violence. Escape and international intervention. Exile, migration, refugee experience, solidarity. Support from Joseph and the Alexander family. Cross-cultural solidarity, resistance, hope. Debates and speeches critiquing institutions. Critique of religious/social institutions, advocacy for reform. Resettlement in Canada. Survival, resilience, hope, ongoing struggle. In summary, The plot of the novel is carefully constructed to dramatize and interweave its central themes. Each major event is not only a turning point in Inaza's personal journey, but also a lens through which the author critiques broader systems of oppression, celebrates acts of resistance and solidarity, and ultimately affirms the possibility of hope and transformation, even in the face of relentless adversity. A comparison between the ordeal of Inaz, the protagonist of Dr. A. Ahmed's novel Inaz and the two unmarriageable lovers, and the ordeals of Muslim women as depicted in world literature. Using the detailed content from the novel and draw parallels and contrasts with other major works that portray the struggles of Muslim women, highlighting both unique and universal aspects of their suffering. 1. Nature and scope of Inaza's ordeal. Inaza's journey is marked by forced and sham marriages, religious persecution and apostasy, racism and tribalism, gender-based violence, including rape, domestic abuse, and honor-based violence, legal and institutional betrayal, exile, statelessness, and refugee experience, betrayal by family and community, resilience, survival, and eventual escape to the West. Her ordeal is both intensely personal and emblematic of broader systemic abuses faced by women in patriarchal, religiously conservative, and racially stratified societies. 2. Comparison with other Muslim women's ordeals in world literature. A. Women at Point Zero by Nawal el-Saadawi, Egypt. Protagonist Firdaus endures child marriage, female genital mutilation, sexual abuse, prostitution, and ultimately execution for killing her abuser. Parallels. Like Inaz, Firdaus is betrayed by every male authority figure and by the legal system. Both women are punished for seeking autonomy and for defying patriarchal and religious norms. Contrast. Firdaus's story is more existential and ends in execution, while Inaza's is more epic, involving international flight, multiple legal systems, and eventual survival. B. 1,000 Splendid Suns by Khalid Hosseini, Afghanistan. Maryam and Layla suffer forced marriage, domestic violence, war, and the Taliban's misogynistic laws. Parallels. Both novels depict forced marriage, state-sanctioned violence, and the complicity of family and society in women's suffering. Contrast. Hosseini's characters are shaped by war and Taliban rule, while Inaza's ordeal is transnational, involving Sudan, India, Saudi Arabia, and Canada, and is deeply entangled with issues of race and apostasy. C. Persepolis by Marjane Satrapi, Iran. Marjane faces the Iranian Revolution, religious police, and exile. Parallels. Both Inaz and Marjane are forced to leave their homelands due to religious and political persecution, and both struggle with identity in exile. Contrast. Satrapi's work is more focused on political revolution and coming of age, while Inaza's is centered on gender, religion, and sexual violence. D. Girls of Riyadh by Raja Al-Sania, Saudi Arabia. For young women navigate love, marriage, and social restrictions in Saudi Arabia. Parallels. Both works expose the hypocrisy and double standards of conservative Muslim societies regarding women's sexuality and autonomy. Contrast. Girls of Riyadh is lighter in tone and less violent, focusing on social constraints rather than physical and legal violence. 3. Unique aspects of Inaza's ordeal. Intersectionality. Inaza's suffering is compounded by the intersection of gender, race, religion, and migration status. She is persecuted not only as a woman, but as an apostate, a member of a lesser tribe, and a refugee. Transnational persecution. Unlike many literary heroines, Inaz faces danger in multiple countries, each with its own legal and social systems that fail or abuse her. Explicit critique of religious law. The novel is unusually direct in its critique of Sharia, apostasy laws, and the complicity of religious and secular authorities in violence against women. Survival and agency. While many literary heroines are destroyed by the systems that oppress them, Inaz survives, resists, and ultimately exposes her abusers, even as she remains haunted by trauma. 4. Universal themes across world literature. Patriarchal control. Whether in Sudan, Egypt, Afghanistan, or Iran, women's lives are controlled by fathers, husbands, and religious authorities. Violence as social control. Honor killings, forced marriage, and legal violence are recurring tools to enforce conformity. Complicity of women. Mothers and other women often enforce patriarchal norms out of fear or internalized beliefs. Exile and statelessness. Many heroines, like Inaz, are forced into exile, becoming stateless or refugees as a result of their resistance. Resilience and solidarity. Despite relentless persecution, women often find strength in solidarity with other women or allies across cultural and religious lines. 5. Conclusion. The ordeal of Inaz and the two unmarriageable lovers is both a unique and universal story of Muslim women's suffering and resistance. Her journey echoes the struggles of Firdaus, Maryam, Layla, Marjane, and countless others in world literature, but is distinguished by its intersectional analysis, transnational scope, and explicit critique of religious and legal systems. Like the greatest works in this tradition, the novel insists on the possibility of survival, agency, and hope, even in the face of overwhelming adversity. The common themes found in literary works that depict the ordeals of Muslim women, such as Inaz and the Two Unmarriageable Lovers, and other major novels like Women at Point Zero, A Thousand Splendid Suns, Persepolis, and Girls of Riyadh. Drawing from the content of this novel and the broader context of world literature, here are the most prominent recurring themes. 1. Patriarchy and gender oppression. Systemic control. Women's lives are dictated by fathers, husbands, and male relatives, often justified by religious or cultural norms. Forced marriage and lack of agency. Female characters are frequently denied the right to choose their partners or control their destinies, facing arranged or forced marriages. Violence as enforcement. Honor killings, domestic abuse, and threats of violence are used to enforce obedience and punish perceived transgressions. 2. Religious intolerance and apostasy. Punishment for dissent. Women who question or leave their faith face severe consequences, including legal prosecution, social ostracism, and threats to their lives. Lack of freedom of belief. The inability to freely choose or change one's religion is a recurring source of conflict and suffering. 3. Racism and tribalism. Intersectional discrimination. Prejudice based on race, ethnicity, or tribal affiliation compounds the oppression faced by women, especially in marriage and social status. Social exclusion. Relationships that cross racial or tribal boundaries are often violently opposed by families and communities. 4. Legal and institutional betrayal. Corrupt or complicit systems. Police, courts, and religious authorities are depicted as upholding patriarchal and oppressive norms, often failing to protect women or actively participating in their abuse. Lack of recourse. Women have little to no legal protection against forced marriage, domestic violence, or religious persecution. 5. Exile, migration, and statelessness. Refugee experience. Many protagonists are forced to flee their homelands due to persecution, facing statelessness, poverty, and the challenges of adapting to new cultures. Search for safety and belonging. The journey to find a place of acceptance and security is central to many narratives. 6. Solidarity and resistance. Alliances across boundaries, support from friends, allies, or other women, sometimes across religious or cultural lines, enables survival and resistance. Acts of defiance. Despite overwhelming odds, protagonists often find ways to assert their agency, resist oppression, and inspire others. 7. Survival, resilience, and hope. Endurance through trauma. The stories highlight the remarkable resilience of women who endure abuse, betrayal, and violence. Hope for change. Even in the bleakest circumstances, there is a persistent hope for justice, freedom, and a better future. 8. Critique of religious and social institutions. Questioning authority, many works include direct or indirect critiques of religious laws, e.g., Sharia, patriarchal customs, and the failure of institutions to protect the vulnerable. Call for reform. The narratives often advocate for social, legal, and religious reforms to address systemic injustice. 9. Love and sacrifice. Forbidden love, romantic relationships that cross boundaries of race, religion, or class are central, often serving as catalysts for conflict and transformation. Sacrifice for survival. Characters are frequently forced to sacrifice personal happiness, safety, or even their lives for the sake of family, honor, or survival. 10. Identity, belonging, and transformation. Struggle for selfhood. Protagonists grapple with questions of identity, belonging, and the tension between personal desires and societal expectations. Transformation through adversity. The journey from victimhood to agency is a key arc, with characters often emerging as advocates for change. Summary table of common themes. Change. Theme. How it appears in the works. Patriarchy and gender oppression. Forced marriage, violence, lack of agency. Religious intolerance. Apostasy, persecution, lack of freedom of belief. Racism and tribalism. Social exclusion, intersectional discrimination. Legal/institutional betrayal. Corrupt systems, lack of legal recourse. Exile and migration. Refugee experience, search for safety. Solidarity and resistance. Cross-cultural alliances, acts of defiance. Survival and hope. Endurance, resilience, hope for change. Critique of institutions. Questioning authority, call for reform. Love and sacrifice. Forbidden love, personal sacrifice. Identity and transformation. Struggle for selfhood, transformation through adversity. In summary, these works, despite their different settings and styles, share a core set of themes centered on the struggle against intersecting forms of oppression, patriarchal, religious, racial, and institutional. They highlight both the suffering and the resilience of women, the importance of solidarity, and the ongoing quest for dignity, justice, and freedom. A comparison between the 3 attempts by the father of Inaz to harm or control her and the 3 plots by the Sudanese embassy to extradite Inaz to Sudan. Here's a structured comparison based on the detailed narrative from the novel. 1. The 3 attempts by Inaz's father. First attempt. Context. When rumors reached her family that Inaz had married Tariq, her African Sudanese boyfriend, without parental consent, her father traveled to India in a rage. Action. He physically assaulted Inaz in Pune, nearly killing her in an attempted honor killing. Only the intervention of neighbors and police saved her life. Motivation. To restore family honor and enforce patriarchal and tribal authority, as supported by religious and cultural norms. Second attempt. Context. After Inaz fled her abusive marriage to Osama, her cousin, in Saudi Arabia and returned to Sudan, her father and mother beat her and locked her in a dark room. Action. She was subjected to house arrest and isolation, intended to break her will and force obedience. Motivation. To punish her for leaving her husband and to prevent further shame to the family. Third attempt. Context. After Inaz converted to Christianity and married Joseph, an Ethiopian Christian, her father smuggled himself into India, after being blacklisted from entry, to find and kill her. Action. He attacked Inaz and Joseph with a dagger and stick at the seashore in Bombay, intending to kill them both in another honor killing. Joseph was seriously wounded defending Inaz. Motivation. To punish apostasy and restore family and religious honor, as prescribed by strict interpretations of Islamic law. 2. The 3 plots by the Sudanese embassy to extradite Inaz. First plot. Context. After Inaz's conversion and marriage, the Sudanese embassy in India plotted to have her deported. Action. 2 Sudanese diplomats, with the help of corrupt Indian police, raided her apartment, arrested her and Joseph on false charges, and attempted to forcibly put her on a plane to Sudan. The plot was foiled at the last minute by the intervention of a Christian Indian businessman, Mr. Alexander. Motivation: to return Anas to Sudan for trial and execution for apostasy, in line with Sudanese law and embassy pressure. Second plot. Context: after the first attempt failed, the embassy hired Muslim gangsters, posing as police, in New Delhi. Action: these men raided the apartment where Anas was staying, arrested her and another Indian girl on false prostitution charges, and tried to put Anas on a direct flight to Khartoum. Anas managed to escape at the airport by disguising herself and fleeing. Motivation: again, to ensure her return to Sudan for prosecution as an apostate, using extra-legal means. Third plot. Context: after Anas was arrested in Bombay on fabricated charges, including hate speech and drug smuggling, the embassy provided emergency travel documents and an air ticket for her deportation. Action: she was separated from her baby, handcuffed, and put on a plane to Sudan via Doha. During a layover in Doha, she managed to alert authorities and the UN, which stopped her extradition at the last minute. Motivation: to finally succeed in returning her to Sudan for punishment, using official channels and exploiting her vulnerable legal status. Key similarities. Underlying motive: both the father and the embassy acted to enforce patriarchal, religious, and national honor, seeking to punish Anas for defying social, religious, and gender norms. Use of violence and coercion: both used physical violence, legal manipulation, and psychological pressure. Reliance on authority: the father relied on his patriarchal and religious authority. The embassy used state power and diplomatic channels. Persistence: both parties made repeated, escalating attempts after initial failures. Key differences. Personal versus institutional: the father's attempts were personal, direct, and often violent. The embassy's plots were institutional, involving legal, diplomatic, and extra-legal means. Scope and resources: the embassy could mobilize police, diplomats, and international networks. The father relied on personal travel, violence, and family networks. Outcome: both ultimately failed due to international intervention, the resilience of Anas, and the support of allies. Summary table. Attempt/plot. Actor. Method. Motivation. Outcome. First attempt. Father. Physical violence. Family honor, patriarchy. Foiled by intervention. Second attempt. Father. House arrest, beating. Control, punishment. Temporary, failed. Third attempt. Father. Armed attack. Apostasy, honor. Foiled, father imprisoned. Diplomatic. First plot. Embassy. Police/diplomatic. Apostasy, law. Foiled by allies. Second plot. Embassy. Gangsters, false arrest. Apostasy, law. Foiled by escape. Third plot. Embassy. Legal extradition. Apostasy, law. Foiled by UN intervention. The psychological aspects behind the three attempts by Anas's father and the three plots by the Sudanese embassy to extradite her to Sudan, as depicted in Anas and the two unmarriageable lovers. Psychological analysis: father's attempts versus embassy plots. 1. The father's attempts. A. Honor, control, and identity. Motivation: the father's actions are deeply rooted in the psychological need to preserve family honor, patriarchal authority, and his own identity as a protector and enforcer of tradition. His sense of self is threatened by Anas's autonomy and choices, which he perceives as direct attacks on his authority and the family's reputation. Emotional state: his responses are driven by rage, humiliation, and fear of social ostracism. The violence is not just punitive, but also a desperate attempt to regain control over a situation that challenges his worldview. Projection and displacement: the father projects his anxieties about societal judgment onto Anas, making her the scapegoat for his own fears and insecurities. His violence is a displacement of his internal turmoil onto an external problem. Cognitive dissonance. He experiences cognitive dissonance between his role as a loving parent and as an enforcer of tradition. This is resolved in favor of tradition, leading to rationalization of extreme actions, e.g., attempted honor killing, as necessary or righteous. V. Escalation and desperation. Persistence. Each failed attempt increases his desperation, leading to more extreme measures. This escalation is psychologically typical when an individual's core beliefs or identity are threatened and initial strategies fail. Loss of empathy. The father's empathy is overridden by the perceived existential threat to his honor and identity. In his mind, violence becomes justified, even inevitable. Shame and guilt. There are moments of internal conflict, but these are suppressed or redirected outward, as admitting guilt would undermine his self-concept as a righteous patriarch. 2. The embassy's plots. A. Institutional psychology. Bureaucratic dehumanization. Motivation. The embassy acts as an arm of the state, prioritizing the preservation of national/religious identity and legal conformity over individual welfare. The psychological dynamic here is one of depersonalization. Inaz is not seen as a person, but as a problem or traitor to be neutralized. Diffusion of responsibility. Unlike the father's personal guilt, embassy officials experience diffusion of responsibility. Their actions are justified as just following orders or upholding the law, which reduces personal moral conflict. Moral disengagement. The use of legal and diplomatic mechanisms allows officials to morally disengage from the consequences of their actions. They rationalize harm as a necessary defense of the state, religion, or social order. B. Systemic paranoia and control. Surveillance and manipulation. The embassy's repeated, escalating plots reflect a systemic paranoia about dissent and apostasy. The psychological need for control is institutionalized. Any deviation is seen as a threat to the collective, justifying extreme measures. Instrumentalization of violence. Unlike the father's emotional violence, the embassy's actions are coldly instrumental. Violence and coercion are tools, not emotional outbursts. Fear of precedent. There is a psychological fear that if Inaz is not punished, others will follow her example, leading to a loss of control over the diaspora and the narrative of national/religious unity. 3. Comparative psychological dynamics. Aspect. Father's attempts. Embassy's plots. Primary motivation. Personal honor, patriarchal control. Institutional order, legal/religious conformity. Emotional tone. Rage, humiliation, desperation. Cold, bureaucratic, detached. Empathy. Suppressed by shame and fear. Absent, replaced by depersonalization. Responsibility. Personal, internalized. Diffused, externalized. Violence. Emotional, direct, physical. Instrumental, indirect, procedural. Escalation. Driven by personal failure and shame. Driven by systemic paranoia and precedent. Resolution. Seeks restoration of self/family identity. Seeks restoration of state/religious authority. 4. Psychological impact on Inaz. Trauma and hypervigilance. Inaz is subjected to repeated threats, violence, and betrayal by both personal and institutional actors. This results in complex trauma, hypervigilance, and a persistent sense of insecurity. Identity and agency. The psychological warfare waged against her is designed to strip her of agency and force her back into prescribed roles. Her resistance is an act of reclaiming identity and autonomy. Isolation and resilience. Both the father and the embassy seek to isolate her, physically, emotionally, legally. Her resilience is rooted in her ability to find solidarity with allies and to maintain a sense of self despite relentless pressure. 5. Broader psychological themes. Patriarchy and authoritarianism. Both the father and the embassy embody patriarchal and authoritarian psychological structures, where dissent is pathologized and conformity is enforced through fear and violence. Cycle of violence. The escalation of attempts/plots reflects a psychological cycle where failed control leads to increased aggression, both at the personal and institutional level. Moral injury. All parties, including bystanders and allies, are psychologically affected, whether through guilt, complicity, or the trauma of witnessing injustice. In summary, the psychological dynamics at play in both the father's and the embassy's actions are rooted in the need for control, the fear of dishonor or disorder, and the mechanisms of moral disengagement that allow individuals and institutions to justify extreme measures. For Inaz, the psychological battle is as significant as the physical one, and her survival is a testament to the power of agency, resilience, and solidarity in the face of systemic and personal oppression. How the story of Inaz reflects the struggles of Muslim women today. Drawing directly from the novel's content and analysis, here's how her journey mirrors and amplifies the real-life challenges faced by many Muslim women in contemporary societies. 1. Patriarchal control and gender-based oppression. Forced marriage and lack of agency. Inaz is repeatedly denied the right to choose her partner. Her family arranges her marriage for tribal and religious reasons, ignoring her wishes, a reality for many women in patriarchal societies where family honor and tradition override personal autonomy. Violence as enforcement. She faces honor-based violence, including attempted honor killings by her father, and is subjected to physical and sexual abuse by her husband and others. Such violence is often justified in the name of family honor or religious duty. 2. Religious intolerance and apostasy. No freedom of belief. Inaz's conversion from Islam to Christianity leads to legal persecution, threats of execution, and social ostracism. In many Muslim-majority countries, apostasy is still punishable by death or severe social consequences, especially for women. Community surveillance. The Sudanese student community in India acts as moral police, enforcing conformity and punishing deviation, mirroring the social policing many women face in conservative communities. 3. Racism, tribalism, and social exclusion. Intersectional discrimination. Inaz's relationship with Tariq is forbidden not just because of religion, but also due to entrenched racial and tribal hierarchies. This reflects how women's choices are often further restricted by intersecting identities, race, ethnicity, and class within their societies. 4. Abuse of power and institutional betrayal. Corruption and legal injustice. Inaz is falsely accused, imprisoned, tortured, and raped by authorities. The legal systems in Sudan, India, and Saudi Arabia are depicted as complicit in, or directly responsible for, violence against women and minorities. Many women today still face legal systems that fail to protect them or actively participate in their abuse. 5. Exile, migration, and refugee experience. Statelessness and vulnerability. Inaz's journey across Sudan, India, Saudi Arabia, and Canada as a refugee mirrors the real struggles of women fleeing violence, persecution, and statelessness. Many female refugees face additional dangers, sexual violence, exploitation, and legal limbo when seeking safety. 6. Solidarity, resistance, and hope. Alliances across boundaries. Inaz survives through the support of allies like Joseph and the Alexander family, showing the importance of cross-cultural solidarity and resistance. This reflects the real-world importance of networks, NGOs, and individuals who help women escape abuse and rebuild their lives. Transformation from victim to activist. Despite relentless persecution, Inaz becomes a symbol of resistance, speaking out against misogyny, racism, and religious intolerance. Her journey from victimhood to agency echoes the stories of many women who, after surviving trauma, become advocates for change. 7. Critique of religious and social institutions. Challenging the status quo. The novel contains extended critiques of Sharia law, religious authorities, and the failure of both religious and secular institutions to protect the vulnerable. This mirrors the ongoing debates and activism among Muslim women's rights advocates who challenge patriarchal interpretations of religion and demand reform. Summary table. Key parallels. Theme: Inaz's story, novel. Real-world reflection. Forced marriage. Arranged, loveless, and abusive marriages. Common in many patriarchal societies. Honor-based violence. Attempted honor killings, physical abuse. Still prevalent in many parts of the Muslim world. Apostasy and conversion. Legal persecution, threats of death for conversion. Apostasy laws and social ostracism. Community surveillance. Moral police among diaspora students. Social policing in conservative communities. Institutional betrayal. Corrupt police, legal injustice, lack of protection. Legal systems failing women. Refugee experience. Statelessness, danger during migration. Female refugees face unique vulnerabilities. Solidarity and resistance. Cross-cultural alliances, activism. Importance of support networks and advocacy. In summary, Inaz's story is a powerful microcosm of the struggles faced by many Muslim women today, caught between patriarchal control, religious intolerance, racism, and institutional betrayal, yet finding hope and agency through solidarity, resistance, and the pursuit of dignity. Author background: Dr. A. Ahmed is an author and scholar. Academic credentials: holds 5 university degrees, BA, MA, and PhD in philosophy and comparative studies of religions from India, plus a bachelor and a master of religious studies and philosophy from Canada. Personal journey: born and raised as a Muslim, but converted to Christianity after extensive study of philosophy and comparative religion. Writing style: known for a unique writing style that aims to break through religious, social, and cultural barriers to reveal the truth as it is. Experience: claims to have witnessed firsthand the conditions of Muslim women, which informs the content of the novels. Publications: has written 25 books, 10 published so far, all focused on issues of women in Muslim societies and terrorism in Islam. Languages: writes in English and translates his own works into Arabic. Media: books are available on YouTube, where the author reads some of them in both English and Arabic.